Chapter 152. He believed that he could easily suppress Xiaoyang, so he could not help but walk closer with his head held high. Every time he got closer, the pressure he exerted on Xiaoyang increased. Just the majesty and monstrous aura of a martial arts grandmaster almost crushed Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang was very strong. He was stubborn and did not admit defeat. He did not lower his head. Even if there was a lot of pressure on him, he did not make a sound and silently persevered. The Wang family head had already seen that his opponent's legs were trembling and his body was covered in cold sweat. He could see that his opponent was struggling to resist. He could not help but laugh. He was in a good mood and felt refreshed. The depression he felt when he was sent flying by the Shao family's grandmaster was swept away. He could vent all his anger and resentment on Xiaoyang. He could kill Xiaoyang at will. Just thinking about how delightful it would be to kill a heaven's pride of an era. Xiaoyang, I want to see how long you can hold on. The more you suffer, the more excited I will be. To be honest, I can't bear to kill you because I prefer to see your final struggle. The Wang family head said mockingly. He stood 10 steps away from Xiaoyang and ridiculed Xiaoyang. The murderous intent in his eyes did not decrease. Instead, it grew stronger. The more outstanding Xiaoyang was, the more determined he was to kill Xiaoyang. Such an outstanding potential opponent could not be left alive. If he was left alive, he would definitely be the source of disaster for the Wang family in the future. Wang family head, you've been cocky enough. Now it's my turn. Xiaoyang said indifferently and sneered. He immediately stretched out his hand and took out the poison demon's poison pearl. The poison demon's poison pearl was only round and sparkling. It was not very big, but the energy it contained was unparalleled. Even if it only released a trace of its aura, it would make people feel afraid. From the aura, one could tell how powerful the owner of the poison pearl was when he was alive. At least, he had surpassed the martial arts grandmaster level. What is this? The Wang family head frowned and worry rose in his heart. His eyes were filled with shock. He felt a strong, threatening aura from the poison pearl. Could this be Xiaoyang's trump card? He had no choice but to be wary of Xiaoyang and be even more cautious. Xiaoyang sneered and swallowed it. He was calm and composed as he mocked. You'll know what this is in a moment. This was naturally a highly poisonous object, and it was the core of a dignified, great poison demon when he was alive. Only Xiaoyang, who had a special physique, could raise his cultivation with the help of this extremely poisonous pearl. If it were anyone else, even touching a trace of it would be enough to severely injure them. The poison released by the poison pearl instantly engulfed Xiaoyang's entire body, constantly eroding Xiaoyang's body. It even made Xiaoyang feel extreme pain. Fortunately, he was already used to this kind of pain. He immediately roared and operated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant skill to stimulate the poison veins in his body and dig out the potential of his poison body to a great extent. In a short period of time, Xiaoyang completely refined the poison pearl and used all the poison as nutrients for his breakthrough. With a long roar, his cultivation broke through from the 9th level of martial master to the martial ancestor realm. Xiaoyang felt an unprecedented power, and even more so, he felt incomparably comfortable and carefree. As he broke through to the martial ancestor realm, the pressure and power that the Wang family head exerted on him was instantly swept away. He was now an equal opponent to the Wang family head. They were both martial ancestor realm almighties. What? You. For a moment, the Wang family head was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and stare at Xiaoyang in disbelief. You're breaking through to the martial ancestor realm at this time? Oh my God. The Wang family head was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His breathing quickened and his chest rose and fell rapidly. How old was Xiaoyang? His cultivation advancement was comparable to that of an ancestor who was hundreds of years old. Now that he was about to surpass him, how could he not be shocked? Just the 2 cunning martial ancestors of the Shao family were difficult enough to deal with. Now that the Shao family had added a witty and tricky martial ancestor, it would only make it more difficult for them to conquer the Shao family. For the first time, the Wang family head felt an unprecedented seriousness. He didn't even have absolute confidence in taking down Xiaoyang. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Xiaoyang at the first opportunity. He definitely wouldn't have given Xiaoyang a chance to grow. It was all his fault for being careless. Because of his arrogance, he had given Xiaoyang time. The Wang family head blamed himself, and his heart was filled with regret. He could have killed Xiaoyang at the first opportunity. However, in order to tease Xiaoyang and humiliate his opponent, he had delayed for so long, causing an unforeseen event to occur. Martial ancestor. The Shao family's third elder, Shao Wangu, opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiaoyang dumbfoundedly. He was also shocked and so excited that he clenched his hands tightly. This was the Shao family's youngest martial ancestor in hundreds of years. Furthermore, this person was his son. What kind of experience would it be to have a martial ancestor as a son? Even if he was a good-for-nothing, as long as he used his son's name, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in martial Yang City. The clan head, Shao Wanyan, was even more emotional. He was glad that the other party was a Shao family disciple and could greatly reduce the pressure on the Shao family. He was emotional because he was afraid that his bloodline would be left behind by Shao Wangu. In the future, the great responsibility of the Shao family would fall on Shao Wangu and Xiaoyang. He felt like a hero past his prime. However, everything was not bad and he could still accept it. Shao Chen was faintly jealous and even more excited. He did not expect that this Xiaoyang would actually leave him in the dust step by step. He was afraid that he would never be able to catch up to Xiaoyang in this lifetime. Xiao, Chenggong, Xiao Daliai, and the rest of the younger generation were incomparably happy and excited. They waved their fists like a cheerleader and shouted at Xiaoyang. Their joyful expressions were self-evident. Many Shao family members were also excited and their eyes were filled with excitement. Their Shao family had gained another martial ancestor. This made them feel proud. Furthermore, this person was the Xiaoyang that they all knew. Xiaoyang had become deeply ingrained in their hearts after the clan tournament. Breaking through to the martial ancestor realm had consolidated their strength. Xiaoyang's prestige was almost comparable to the patriarch's. Even the clan head, Shao Wanyan, could not compare to him. My Shao family disciples, don't worry. As long as I, Xiaoyang, am here, I will protect you. Xiaoyang spoke clearly and used his martial ancestor cultivation. His voice spread out in all directions, and everyone within 1,000 miles could hear him clearly. He was also very grateful to the Shao family. At least his joy and happiness were not fake. As a member of the Shao family, he had the duty and responsibility to do so for them. The Shao clan's patriarch and pavilion master, Shao, had originally been suppressed by the 4 major martial arts grandmasters and were feeling very depressed. However, when they found out that Xiaoyang had broken through to the martial arts grandmaster realm, their depression was swept away and they were overjoyed. Chapter 153. Sure enough, he had not misjudged this kid. The speed of his growth was incredible. He had reached the martial arts grandmaster realm at such a young age. The patriarch of the Shao family and pavilion master Shao were overjoyed. Old Wang, old Lin, why don't you retreat quickly? If you dare to fight here, I will kill you in minutes. The patriarch of the Shao family was in a good mood because of the good news of Xiaoyang's breakthrough. His aura also soared as he roared at the patriarch of the Wang family and Lin family. The patriarch of the Wang family and Lin family looked even gloomier and unfriendly. Xiaoyang's breakthrough could be said to be an accident, but it was nothing. Even if the Shao family had one more martial arts grandmaster, so what? They were still in an absolute advantage. There were enough martial arts grandmasters to crush them. It was just a little more difficult. The patriarch of the Wang family snorted and stared gloomily at the patriarch of the Shao family. He said furiously, "If you surrender obediently, I can still let you leave Donglin town. Now that you are struggling like this, I am very unhappy. I have decided to exterminate your family. Old Xiao, Pavilion Master Xiao, let's see how long you can hold on. The patriarch of the Wang family sneered, and his expression became even more vicious. His heart was vicious, and his eyes were cruel. His threat made the two martial arts grandmasters of the Xiao family feel dignified. As he said, they really could not hold on for long. If they did not care about the Xiao family, they might be able to escape successfully. However, the Xiao family was their lifeblood. How could they give it up? If they continued like this, their cultivation would be exhausted one day. Perhaps the patriarch of the Wang family and the others planned to do so. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to attack fiercely. They were just competing to see who could hold on to the end. It is still unknown who will have the last laugh. Old Wang, you are so ruthless. If the Xiao family wins, aren't you afraid that we will give you a taste of your own medicine and slaughter your entire Wang family? The patriarch of the Xiao family also threatened. The patriarch of the Wang family snorted and said no more. He continued to attack the patriarch of the Xiao family, forcing him to exhaust his cultivation all the time. On another battlefield, patriarch of the Wang family, did this gift surprise you? Now it's my turn. Xiao Yang looked at the head of the Wang family with a mocking expression. Then he stepped closer and closer to the head of the Wang family. This caused the head of the Wang family's heart to beat wildly. He felt that Xiao Yang was a miraculous existence. He was always able to create things that people couldn't believe. Soul drawing brush. The patriarch of the Wang clan felt a strong sense of danger from Xiao Yang's body and did not dare to be careless. He immediately took out his famous magic treasure, the soul drawing brush, and planned to use his strongest combat power to kill Xiao Yang. Quick! Following his roar, the soul-drawing brush in his hand expanded rapidly, unleashing a terrifying aura that pierced toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smile. He suddenly roared, "Firmament palm!" As he practiced, a majestic aura exuded from his body. The firmament palm was originally a black-class, upper-class martial technique. However, his cultivation was not high enough, so he could not perfectly unleash its power. Now that Xiao Yang had broken through to the martial ancestor realm, he could better demonstrate the power of this martial technique. Boom! Just like the moving mountain technique, a five-fingered mountain peak suddenly descended from the void, directly suppressing the head of the Wang family. The power of this mountain peak was hundreds of thousands of times stronger than before. Buzz! The soul-drawing brush passed through the five-fingered mountain peak. The two powerful objects collided, causing a shocking buzzing sound, accompanied by a terrifying wave of air that swept out. The patriarch of the Wang family was directly forced back a few steps, his face turning paler. His injuries were serious, and even blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Previously, when he fought with the patriarch of the Xiao family, his body was shaken. After all, a martial ancestor's attack was extraordinary. A slight carelessness could instantly turn someone into ashes. Now, coupled with Xiao Yang's powerful counterattack, the patriarch of the Wang family felt that he could not take it anymore. Patriarch of the Wang family, this is just the beginning. You can't take it anymore? How are you going to play next? Xiao Yang sneered and directly displayed the Earth-class martial technique, Poison Dragon Claw. As he clawed out, a loud dragon roar was heard, and a huge claw condensed in the void, grabbing at the patriarch of the Wang family. It was the same Poison Dragon Claw, but with the cultivation of a martial ancestor. Its power was stronger than before. Its aura was majestic and boundless. The patriarch of the Wang family saw this, and his expression changed drastically. He was very clear about the power of the Poison Dragon Claw. Even the great elder of the Wang family could not withstand the power of this claw. Not to mention that the Poison Dragon Claw was displayed by Xiao Yang with the cultivation of a martial ancestor. Now that he did not have his natal treasure, He could only display a martial technique that was barely decent in an attempt to resist the ferocious attack of the poison dragon claw. However, his defense and resistance were weak in the face of the Earth-class martial technique, poison dragon claw, and could not withstand a single blow. In less than a blink of an eye, his martial technique and defense were broken, and the poison dragon claw was still powerful and continued to crush him. Feeling the terrifying power descending on his body, the patriarch of the Wang family could not help but raise his head in shock. He looked at the approaching poison dragon claw in horror and could not help but shout for help. "Patriarch, help me!" Yes. Now, not to mention defeating Xiaoyang, just the problem of self-preservation was enough to give him a headache. Under the power of Xiaoyang's poison dragon claw, he did not even have absolute confidence in defending. In his panic, he called for help. Useless thing. After hearing the cry for help, the patriarch of the Wang family's face darkened. His expression was full of displeasure, and he could not help but glare at the patriarch of the Wang family. He was originally in the midst of silently chasing the Xiao family's patriarch and was having a lot of fun. Seeing that he was about to hurt the Xiao family's patriarch, he was interrupted by the patriarch of the Wang family. Of course, this made him unhappy. No matter what, the patriarch of the Wang family was a martial arts grandmaster. Even if Xiaoyang was promoted to martial arts grandmaster, he was still a newly promoted martial arts grandmaster. Compared to a veteran martial arts grandmaster, a newcomer was of course weaker. However, even so, the patriarch of the Wang family could not deal with Xiaoyang. It could be seen how useless he was. With a flash, the patriarch of the Wang family instantly approached Xiaoyang. His speed was incomparably fast. Seeing that he was about to break the poison dragon claw, Xiaoyang did not even think much and immediately summoned Flamingo, saying, "Flamingo, go entangle him. I will help you in a while." The flamingo on Xiaoyang's shoulder, who was resting with its eyes closed, suddenly let out a cry. It spread its wings and flapped its wings as it flew into the air. Then its body suddenly expanded, and in an instant it became tens of feet long, directly pouncing towards the Wang family patriarch. Chapter 154. Roar. The flamingo, which was covered in flames, let out a clear cry. Its voice was clear and pleasant to the ears as it soared into the sky. Then it opened its mouth and spat out the void flames, which instantly engulfed the Wang family patriarch. Even though he didn't manage to hit the Wang clan's patriarch, he was still able to stop the Wang clan's patriarch. What the hell is this? The Wang family patriarch was shocked by the sudden appearance of the flamingo. He was supposed to be in front of the Wang family patriarch in an instant to help him resolve the crisis. However, the sudden appearance of this creature made him feel as though his scalp was in trouble. Even though he had lived for hundreds of years, he had never seen such a powerful beast. "You are a Wuzong pet." Hiss hiss. After the Wang family patriarch recognized the flamingo, he was even more shocked. He exclaimed in disbelief and even gasped. No wonder he instinctively felt threatened by the other party. It turned out that the other party's cultivation rank was the same as his. Fortunately, he did not rashly advance. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured by the flamingo. Roar! The flamingo let out another cry and proudly glanced at the Wang clan ancestor. It once again spat out the nihility flame with a complacent look. Its expression was filled with pride and arrogance. Damn it! The Wang family patriarch furrowed his brows and cursed. He was in a terrible mood. Why was Xiaoyang so difficult to deal with? It was already unbelievable that he had broken through to the Wuzong realm. After all, not everyone could break through to the Wuzong realm. The difficulty of breaking through to the Wuzong realm was extremely high. Even if there were 100 people who broke through, it would be considered very good if one succeeded. Now, Xiaoyang had created a flamingo that was at the Wuzong realm. How could he not be angry? He was now entangled with the flamingo and had no time to help the Wang family patriarch. He could only pray for the Wang family patriarch. Wang family patriarch, Let's see who can save you now." Xiaoyang looked down at the injured patriarch of the Wang family with a sneer on his face. He raised his right hand and took out the Earth-grade universal mirror again. He stared at the Wang family head with contempt. Then he circulated his cultivation and injected it into the universal mirror. He held the universal mirror and waved it. Under his wave, a powerful ray of light immediately shot towards the Wang family head. The Wang family head felt his scalp go numb, his heart trembled, and his divine soul was horrified. Now, facing the poison dragon claw attack, he was already helpless. He could only place his hopes on the Wang family patriarch's assistance. Now that the Wang family patriarch was also entangled with Fiery Bird, what else could he use to resolve Xiaoyang's 2 attacks? His face was filled with despair as his confidence collapsed. He could only instinctively dodge and defend. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Wang ancestor was struck by the venomous dragon claw. He couldn't help but cough up a large mouthful of blood. His cultivation was in chaos, and he was heavily injured. Then, the powerful ray of light emitted by the universal mirror penetrated his body. In that instant, the patriarch of the Wang clan felt the aura of death. His entire body stood straight on the ground, motionless. His mind was blank, and his vision went black. Then, he stiffly fell to the ground. Even he himself didn't know whether he was dead or unconscious this time. Xiao family members were in an uproar. They were shocked to the extreme and were extremely excited. What miracle did they see? It was Xiaoyang who defeated the Wang family patriarch, a martial arts grandmaster. How unbelievable was that? In their opinion, even if Xiaoyang had broken through to martial arts grandmaster, it would be good if he could barely hold on. Who would have thought that such a senior martial arts grandmaster would be defeated by a newbie? Xiaoyang, you're mighty. Boss, awesome, I love you. Many Xiao family members shouted excitedly. Their eyes were filled with excitement, and they couldn't help but wave their fists to show their respect. The most excited person was the 3rd elder, Xiao Wanggu. Xiaoyang was his son, and his son had actually defeated the head of the Wang clan. There was nothing more exciting than this. Clan leader Xiao Wanyan and the others were also breathing rapidly. When they looked at Xiaoyang, their eyes were filled with respect. The news of the Wang family head being defeated instantly spread. Both sides knew about it. Xiao family's patriarch and pavilion master Xiao were extremely excited. They couldn't help but laugh and said arrogantly, "Xiaoyang, you're very good. I'll reward you greatly later." Then he provoked the 2 martial arts grandmasters who were chasing him and said disdainfully, "See, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Just wait to die. I'll let you be happy for a while." Pavilion Master Xiao was also excited. The corners of his mouth curled up as he casually dealt with his opponent. Xiaoyang's rise had greatly reduced their pressure. If not for Xiaoyang, the 2 martial arts grandmasters wouldn't be a match for 5 martial arts grandmasters. The Xiao family might not be able to survive, but now that Xiaoyang was here, the situation was different. The pleasant surprises he brought came one after another, adding to the joy. Fiery Bird's appearance was one of the biggest surprises, making them very excited. "Ugly bird, how dare you block me? I'll destroy you." Wang family patriarch was furious. Because of Fiery Bird's interception, he couldn't help the Wang family head, causing the Wang family head to suffer a crushing defeat. He transferred all his resentment and anger to Fiery Bird, wanting to take care of Fiery Bird. Fiery Bird wasn't afraid of him at all. He used his flying talent and speed to play around with the Wang family patriarch. The Wang family patriarch couldn't hurt him at all. Instead, he was hurt by the Nihility Flame. This made the Wang family patriarch even more furious. "Wang family patriarch, who do you want to destroy? Have you asked me?" Xiaoyang slowly appeared in front of the Wang family patriarch. His expression was mocking as he looked at the Wang family patriarch with contempt. If he hadn't broken through, he might not have dared to speak to the Wang family patriarch like this. But now Their cultivation realms were similar, and they were on equal footing. Xiaoyang! The Wang family patriarch roared angrily. The moment he saw Xiaoyang, his anger boiled. The instigator of all this was Xiaoyang. The main culprit was Xiaoyang. If not for him, he wouldn't have been defeated again and again, to the point where he was in such an awkward situation. Although he hated Fiery Bird, he hated Xiaoyang even more. He didn't care. On impulse, he immediately used a powerful martial technique to attack Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang and Fiery Bird, the two martial arts grandmasters, immediately took action. They each used a powerful martial technique to attack the Wang family patriarch. In an instant, the three martial arts grandmasters collided. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions, and they both retreated. The Wang family patriarch's expression changed greatly and became serious. Chapter 155. As he flew backwards, every step he took on the ground produced a dull thud. Footprints appeared one after another on the ground. After flying backwards for a few hundred feet, he finally stabilized himself. When he looked at Xiaoyang, his eyes were filled with fear. From the previous exchange of blows, he deeply understood how powerful Xiaoyang was. He did not seem like a newly promoted martial arts grandmaster at all. Instead, he was like an experienced veteran. Every move and style of Xiaoyang was used to the point of perfection. This was really unbelievable. Xiaoyang's growth was too fast. He had already reached the point where he did not have the confidence to defeat him. Old thief Wang family, come. You haven't had your fill yet. Xiaoyang and Fiery Bird only retreated a few steps. After all, they were teaming up against the enemy, so the pressure on them was much smaller. As a matter of fact, they recovered faster than the Wang family ancestor. Humph! The Wang family ancestor's face was gloomy. He snorted coldly and looked even more displeased. Now that both sides had 4 martial arts grandmasters, he had already lost the determination to win. He silently pondered how to end this. If they continued to fight, they might not win. However, if they left with their tails between their legs, they would not be satisfied. It was really annoying. Why was Xiaoyang so good at causing trouble? He was like a sh**t stirrer, so disgusting. Old thief Wang family, are you afraid? Let me make the decision for you. Take this. The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up. He was very proud and immediately used the firmament palm to attack the opponent. His eyes were filled with mockery. Fiery Bird also launched an attack. The two of them teamed up again. Take my 1,000 poison hands. Xiaoyang roared and flipped his hands. Countless poisonous fog spread out and condensed into one black palm print after another. In an instant, there are thousands of hands. The power of the palm print was unquestionable. Besides the palm power, there was also a strong poison. The nihility flame that the flamingo spat out was controlled by Xiaoyang and merged with the Qianshan poison hands, increasing the power of the martial skill by a few notches. One had to know that the 1,000 poison hands was a heaven-class martial skill. However, Xiaoyang was unable to unleash the true strength of this martial skill. Currently, he could only unleash the might of a high-grade earth-class martial skill. Even though he couldn't unleash the full power of his martial technique, it was more than enough to deal with the Wang family's old ancestor. Sensing the might of the 1,000 poison palms, the Wang family's old ancestor's eyebrows twitched violently. His eyes were filled with shock. What kind of martial skill was this? Its power was so terrifying that it was comparable to an earth-grade, high-grade martial skill. He sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a sense of disbelief. Left deputy, right deputy, help me. This guy is not easy to deal with. The Wang family patriarch knew that Xiaoyang was terrifying and was not someone he could deal with. He immediately shouted for help at the 2 martial arts grandmasters he had invited from Martial Yang City. In any case, he did not feel embarrassed. He could use the excuse of two martial arts grandmasters joining forces to comfort himself. On the other hand, the Shao family spectators had long burst into laughter. They were laughing at how useless the Wang family patriarch was. He had to beg for mercy when dealing with a junior. To think that he had the nerve to scold the Wang family patriarch earlier. "Wait, I'm coming." Although the left and right deputies were unhappy with the Wang family patriarch's cry for help and felt that it was an embarrassing act, they were very clear about their mission. That was to help the Wang family patriarch destroy the Wang family. Therefore, they could only protect the Wang family patriarch. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come, let's have some fun." How could the Shao family patriarch let them leave so easily? He chuckled and hurriedly launched an attack, completely entangling them. Previously, he had been bullied badly by them and was forced to flee. Now that he could hold his head high, of course, he had to teach them a lesson. "Xiaoyang, don't worry. Leave this to me. Focus on dealing with that old man." The Shao family patriarch said proudly and shouted at Xiaoyang. With Xiaoyang, the Shao family was destined to rise. The Shao family patriarch felt proud. "You're courting death." The left and right deputies were entangled by the Shao family patriarch and couldn't help but show an angry expression. They stared at the Shao family patriarch with resentment. Previously, they chased after the Shao family patriarch and tried to kill him, but the Shao family patriarch refused to fight them head-on and played a game of cat and mouse. Now, they didn't want to play the mouse, but the mouse actually played with them. How could they tolerate this? Therefore, the three of them were entangled again. "Wang family patriarch, let's see who can save you now." Xiaoyang sneered and raised his head proudly, his face full of pride. He looked as if he had the Wang family patriarch under control. It's over. Damn this guy." The Wang family patriarch sighed again and again. His expression was gloomy and his eyes were filled with despair. Xiaoyang was too powerful. He was no match for him, not to mention that he had a damned martial ancestor pet helping him. "Xiaoyang, don't push me too far." The Wang family patriarch was like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. His fear had ignited his bloodthirst. He suddenly performed a self-explosion technique. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Xiaoyang down with him. This was something that could not be helped. He had already been pushed to the brink of death by the powerful Xiaoyang. Other than using human bombs, he had no other choice. Kill him. Xiaoyang's expression changed, and his heart raced. If the other party used this forbidden technique, not only would the few martial ancestors not be able to escape, the entire Shao family would be razed to the ground. Xiaoyang had once encountered a level 3 evil cultivator who performed a self-explosion. The power was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. Now that a martial ancestor was performing a self-explosion, if he really burned his life force in exchange for cultivation, he would definitely be able to raise his cultivation level to Wu Zun's in a short period of time. One had to know that Wu Zun was terrifying. With a lift of his finger, he could easily wipe out the entire Donglin town. Faster. Xiaoyang's speed was already fast enough, but he still felt that it was too slow. Fiery Bird had already increased its speed to the maximum and was assisting Xiaoyang to advance quickly. Xiaoyang could not care less. He took out the universal mirror and slapped it. The universal mirror's reversal force was used on Xiaoyang. It was equivalent to a slap on Xiaoyang's body. He borrowed the force of the slap to increase his speed. In an instant, he was in front of the Wang family patriarch and pointed his finger between the Wang family patriarch's eyebrows. "Wang family patriarch, you don't have a chance." Xiaoyang crazily activated his cultivation and invaded the Wang family patriarch's body. The poison exploded in an instant, rapidly destroying the Wang family patriarch's internal organs, meridians, and dantian. In just 1/10 of a second, the Wang family patriarch was quickly controlled. How are you so fast?" The Wang family patriarch was shocked and exclaimed. Although he could not use his cultivation, he could still speak. He could not even perform a self-explosion technique. Chapter 156. There are many things that you can imagine. Xiao Yang laughed coldly. He then slapped out with his palm, knocking the old master of the Wang family unconscious. As he fainted, his self-explosion technique was also interrupted. The reason why the self-explosion technique was a forbidden technique was because it hurt others and oneself. After the Wang family ancestor's self-explosion technique was interrupted, his lifespan was still slipping away. His old face wrinkled again and his spirit withered. He was like an old man in his twilight years, without the slightest bit of his previous spirit. The old man curled up on the ground, desolate and sorrowful. He was so thin that he only weighed 25 kilograms. As for his cultivation, it had long been destroyed by the backlash of the self-explosion technique. Old Wang. The Lin family ancestor could not help but shout in fear. He quickly left the battle with Pavilion Master Xiao and came to the side of the Wang family ancestor. He looked at the Wang family ancestor with a sorrowful face. The left and right deputies also shook off the Xiao family ancestor and quickly came over. Their faces were also sorrowful. They originally had 5 martial great-grandmasters, and now there were only 3 left. On the Xiao family side, there were originally 2 martial great-grandmasters, but now there were 4. The situation made them feel despair. Not to mention, there were still 2,000 family members trapped in the 7 Poisons formation. Their lives were in the hands of the Xiao family. It could be said that they had suffered a great defeat this time. The Xiao family ancestor and pavilion master, Xiao, came to Xiao Yang's side. They looked at Xiao Yang with a gratified expression, and a smile appeared on their faces. "Kid, you're not bad. You're indeed a descendant of our Xiao family, haha. This flamingo is also yours? And not bad. I'll give you a big reward later." The 2 old fellows were very excited. They looked at the flamingo excitedly. Xiao Yang smiled embarrassedly and said modestly, "Don't be modest. You indeed have the qualifications to be on equal footing with us old fellows. If you hadn't stopped the Wang family ancestors' self-explosion in time, I'm afraid everyone present would have been destroyed." The Xiao family ancestor said sincerely. He recalled the suffocating aura of self-detonation. Even someone as calm as him was affected. Once the martial ancestor self-destructed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be equivalent to Wu Zun's destructive blow. How should we deal with them? Xiao Yang asked calmly. The great ancestor of the Xiao family glanced at them with an arrogant expression. He deliberately said loudly, "That will depend on their choice." Then he strode forward and stood in front of the Lin family's patriarch, the left deputy and the right deputy. He looked down at them condescendingly with a mocking look in his eyes. Pavilion Master Xiao, Xiao Yang, and Fiery Bird, the 3 great martial great masters, all walked up together and stood in a position to prevent them from escaping. The left and right deputies looked at each other and immediately cupped their fists towards the Xiao family's ancestor. "Ancestor Xiao, we were only hired by the Wang family's ancestor. Since the employer is like this, we just want to leave peacefully and not get involved in this matter. What do you think?" The Xiao family's ancestor was silent and did not speak. The left deputy hesitated and then said, "After all, this is a matter between the 3 great families of Donglin town. It has nothing to do with us. Why make things difficult for us? Besides, we are not easy to bully. We are martial great masters, after all. If you push us too hard, once we self-detonate, how many can you stop?" The right deputy reminded them. If they did not let them go, they would still have to fight. 4 martial great masters against 3 martial great masters. If they let them go, then this great battle would be over. Although they were unwilling to let them go, there were already enough injured people in Donglin town. The great ancestor of the Xiao family could not help but stop. He sighed and said, "You can go." After the left and right deputies got the permission, they hurriedly used their body movements and quickly left. They were also a little afraid of the Shao family. From the beginning of their aggressiveness to the current embarrassing departure, their hearts were full of disappointment. The Wang family and the Lin family were too disappointing. In other words, this Shao family was too shocking. You don't go. When the Lin clan's ancestors saw the left and right deputies leave, he immediately became anxious and couldn't help but shout at them. However, how could they still stay and take the risk? Now, they couldn't wait to get rid of this relationship. He was very anxious and wanted to leave as well. Given the current situation, he would be a fool if he stayed here. However, when he took a step forward, the great ancestor of the Shao family immediately blocked his way. He looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Old Lin, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Is this a place where you can come and go as you please?" The great ancestor of the Lin family suddenly grimaced, and his expression was gloomy. He knew he was finished. The moment the great ancestor of the Wang family fell, he knew the outcome. After all, the initiator of this battle was the great ancestor of the Wang family. He was just a follower who helped. Even the leader was defeated. What could he do as an assistant? Moreover, he was facing four martial great masters. Even if he was given 100,000 guts, he would not dare to act recklessly. He had no choice but to stop in his tracks and look at the great ancestor of the Shao family with a dark expression. Pavilion Master Shao smiled faintly and said, "Old Lin, no matter what, we have known each other for a while. We have been competing since we were young. Do you know why we supported the Lin family? It was because of a little favor you did many years ago. However, your betrayal has caused this favor to disappear. Now, only hatred is left between us. Tell me, what kind of ending do you want?" The great ancestor of the Lin family's face was filled with despair. He closed his eyes in pain and said slowly, "I am willing to be the puppet of the Shao family and give you my soul blood. From now on, my life is in the hands of the Shao family." This made the great ancestor of the Shao family and Pavilion Master Zhao's hearts tremble. They were somewhat shocked. The other party was willing to pay a huge price. Controlling the other party's soul blood was equivalent to controlling the other party's life. If they wanted to harm him, they just had to crush the soul blood, and it would be enough to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Now that the Shao family had experienced a great battle, they also knew the need for high-end combat strength. If they had enough high-end combat strength, the great ancestor of the Wang family would not dare to act rashly. It could be said that this condition was too tempting for the Shao family to reject. "What do you need?" The great ancestor of the Shao family asked the great ancestor of the Lin family. The great ancestor of the Lin family glanced at the Lin family head and then at the many Lin family members trapped in the 7 poisons formation. He sighed faintly and said calmly, "Let the Lin family members go, and let them continue to be your vassal family. Don't worry, I am in charge of the Lin family. What happened today will definitely not happen again." It sounded like a good condition. After all, the great ancestor of the Lin family was willing to be the puppet of the Shao family. His life was in the hands of the Shao family. The Lin family under his control would definitely have to listen to the arrangements of the Shao family. Chapter 157. The Shao family's patriarch did not immediately agree. Although he felt that the condition was acceptable, he was willing to listen to Pavilion Master Shao and Xiao Yang's opinions. The two of them were fully qualified to participate in this high-level major event. "What do you think?" he asked Xiao Yang and Pavilion Master Shao. Pavilion Master Shao nodded and smiled. "This is a good deal." Xiao Yang also replied, "Donglin Town doesn't have a large population to begin with. It's not suitable to kill too many people." "Okay." Hearing their agreement, the Lin family's patriarch was obviously relieved. Then he heard the Shao family's patriarch say, "Old Lin, I hope we can cooperate happily. There aren't many people left in our era." "Yes, I'm also happy to fight with you." The Lin family's patriarch nodded. then stretched out his index finger and tapped between his eyebrows. As his cultivation circulated, he took out his soul blood and handed it to the Shao family's patriarch. In an instant, he seemed to have aged several years. A lot of his vitality disappeared, his lifespan decreased, and his expression became dispirited. It was obvious that this soul blood was also very important to him. The Shao family's patriarch did not take the soul blood. Instead, he looked at Xiaoyang and said calmly, "Xiaoyang, the Shao family will depend on you in the future. Take it." Yes, not only him and Pavilion Master Shao, but the rest of the Shao family also hoped that Xiaoyang could take it. At this moment, Xiaoyang was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. He had accumulated a lot of power and prestige, and he was supported by many people. "Xiaoyang, kid, why aren't you taking it? What are you waiting for?" Pavilion Master Shao could not help but remind Xiaoyang when he saw that he did not move. He admired Xiaoyang very much and naturally hoped that Xiaoyang could take on this heavy responsibility. Yes, although it was only a drop of soul blood on the surface. In fact, it represented that the two patriarchs had handed the heavy responsibility of the Shao family to him. Xiaoyang was the hope of everyone. Whether it was the two patriarchs or the younger generation, they all thought highly of Xiaoyang. "Boss, take it." Xiao Dalai, Xiao Qingmu, Xiao Chenggong, Li Dazue, and the others who were rushing over shouted as they looked at Xiaoyang with an urgent expression. One had to know that this glory belonged to Xiaoyang. They couldn't wait to be envious. If it were them, they would definitely be eager to accept it. Xiao Wangu, Xiao Wanyan, and the others also walked over one after another. Their Shao family was the final victor, and now there was no opposing force that could harm them. After approaching, Xiao Wanyan revealed a bitter expression and said indifferently, "Xiaoyang, everyone has seen your contributions. Accept it." Yes, as the patriarch, although he had grudges with Xiaoyang and Xiao Wangu in private, he still hoped that Xiaoyang could accept it. Xiaoyang was the most outstanding genius in the entire Shao family and even the entire Donglin town. He was also the youngest martial ancestor expert. If the Shao family was handed over to him, he would definitely be able to lead the Shao family to rise. Xiaoyang still didn't move. His gaze fell on Xiao Wangu. Xiao Wangu was his father. He wanted to hear Xiao Wangu's opinion. "Why are you looking at me? You're already outstanding enough. I'm already very satisfied. Take it or leave it. There's no need to think about it. Just do as you wish." Xiao Wangu chuckled with an excited expression. To be recognized by the Shao family's patriarch and pavilion master Shao was the greatest glory. Moreover, Xiaoyang was now on equal footing with them. As a father, Xiao Wangu had nothing more to ask for. "Give it to me," Xiaoyang said indifferently. He didn't seem to be faking it. What? Everyone present was shocked. They couldn't understand why Xiaoyang would do this. In their minds, there were only two answers. One was for Xiaoyang to accept, and the other was for Xiaoyang to refuse. Then he would hand the soul blood to the Shao family's patriarch. However, they didn't expect that Xiaoyang would actually propose to give the soul blood to Xiaoqin. One had to know that Xiaoyang and Xiaoqin had a life and death feud. Xiaoyang was still willing to hand over a martial ancestor puppet to him. How big of a heart and courage was this? Even Patriarch Xiao Wanyan was completely shocked. He was tongue-tied and completely admired Xiaoyang. He didn't submit to Xiaoyang's martial prowess. Instead, he submitted to Xiaoyang's character and broad-mindedness. With a plop, he knelt down in front of the Shao family members. He sincerely apologized. "Xiaoyang, Brother Wangu, I went too far in the past. Please forgive me." Hua! The Shao family members once again burst into an uproar. This was the dignified patriarch kneeling down and admitting his mistake. If it was in the past, how could he, who cared about his face, do such a thing that would ruin his image? Now he was completely influenced by Xiaoyang's character and morals. "Patriarch, quickly get up. What are you doing? Let bygones be bygones." Xiao Wangu helped Xiao Wanyan up. The dissatisfaction he had for Xiao Wanyan, had dissipated. Instead, he felt that Xiaoyang had made him proud. Whether it was cultivation, talent, or moral character, which aspect of Xiaoyang wasn't the best? With such a son, what more could he ask for? The first elder, second elder, and other high-ranking members also revealed relieved smiles. Wasn't this the kind of harmonious scene they wanted to see? The one who was most shocked was Xiao Qin. He never thought that such a heaven-defying thing would happen to him. He was speechless for a moment, unable to react. Ever since the clans tournament, he had awakened. He knew that he had done many wrong things, and he also knew that he had hurt Xiaoyang. His heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. He hadn't even found a chance to compensate Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang had once again done him a favor. He really didn't dare to imagine. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly said, "Xiaoyang, no, I can't. I can't accept this." Everyone understood that this wasn't just accepting the soul blood. There was also a martial ancestor puppet and the position of the future patriarch of the family. This represented a heavy responsibility and burden. Xiaoyang explained, "I will leave Donglin town and head to Martial Yang City to participate in the hegemony tournament. Perhaps I will enter the poison sect. Even if I enter the poison sect, this is only the starting point. My end is in the myriad worlds. You will have to rely on yourselves here." He had inherited the memories of his previous life's eternal poison venerable, so he had a new goal and direction. How could he be restricted by a small place? Don't think that the position of patriarch was amazing. In fact, in the eyes of the previous eternal poison venerable, it was simply an ant-like existence that couldn't enter his eyes. Everyone didn't laugh at Xiaoyang's big words. Instead, their faces were filled with respect. This was because Xiaoyang had enough potential to realize his ambitions. From this moment on, they also knew that Xiaoyang's ambitions were so great. They couldn't help but respect him again. They subconsciously made Xiaoyang their lifelong goal. Xiao Qin still didn't feel confident. He revealed a hesitant expression and dragged his feet. He didn't dare to accept it. Then he looked at Xiaoyang with a bitter smile. Chapter 158. Originally, he was going to be killed by Xiaoyang during the clan tournament. It was just that Xiaoyang did not kill him in the end, which was why he was still alive. However, his cultivation had been crippled. Although he had recovered after treatment and recuperation, his cultivation was still not high. Just like Xiaoyang in the past, his cultivation had stopped at the peak of the martial disciple level. This was why Lin Shanshan had successfully ambushed him. With such a cultivation, how could he dare to accept the soul blood? Xiao Chen was self-aware. He wanted to explain to Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang spoke first. "Xiao Qin, your cultivation was crippled by me. If I can cripple it, I can naturally heal it." Then, Xiaoyang raised his hand and condensed his cultivation. He touched Xiao Chen's body here and there. Then, Xiao Chen's body naturally emitted the aura of a second stage martial master. What is going on? Seeing so many people in the Xiao family were shocked. They felt that it was inconceivable. How did Xiaoyang restore a person's cultivation in an instant, and even increase his cultivation by one stage? Xiao Qin was also shocked. For a moment, he felt that this body was not his. He had actually inexplicably restored his cultivation to the peak of the past, and even reached the second stage martial master. He looked at Xiaoyang in astonishment. His gaze was filled with admiration and admiration. To be able to turn something rotten into something miraculous, perhaps only Xiaoyang could do it. Clan leader Xiao Wanyan was filled with gratitude towards Xiaoyang. He was so emotional that his lips were trembling and he was stuttering. One must know that Xiao Qin was his son. After his son's cultivation was crippled, he used all methods and countless resources to barely maintain Xiao Qin's cultivation as a martial disciple. Only he knew how difficult it was to restore Xiao Qin's cultivation, not to mention helping him break through a stage. "Thank you, Xiaoyang. I, Xiao Wanyan, will say that in the future, as long as you say the word, I will definitely not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of fire. Xiao Wanyan made a promise in front of everyone, which was equivalent to making an oath. This showed how much he cared about Xiao Qin. Xiao Yang only smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Just nurture Xiao Qin well." Then he looked at Xiao Qin and said calmly, "Do you dare to accept it?" Feeling the vigorous cultivation in his body, Xiao Qin nodded firmly and said, "I dare. However, I will at most be the future substitute patriarch and will help you manage the family. The position of patriarch will always be yours and will be reserved for you." Xiao Yang didn't care about that. He waved his hand at the Lin clan patriarch, and the soul blood floated in front of him, slowly flew over, and landed in Xiao Yang's hand. Xiao Yang used the soul blood to touch Xiao Chen's forehead, and the martial ancestor soul blood immediately entered Xiao Chen's body. At the same time, Xiao Chen's cultivation directly rose from second stage martial master to third stage martial master. That was the huge energy brought by the soul blood that helped him break through another stage. This shocked everyone once again. Their faces were full of astonishment. When they looked at Xiao Yang, their eyes were filled with disbelief as if they were looking at a god. Xiao Qian moved his divine sense and immediately felt the soul blood in his sea of consciousness. As long as he willed it, he could easily kill the Lin clan patriarch who had the cultivation of a martial ancestor. The Lin clan patriarch also felt the other party's control over him. He didn't hesitate and quickly entered the role of a puppet. He immediately took 2 steps forward and knelt in front of Xiao Qin. He respectfully said, "Greetings, Master. I will listen to Master's orders." This made everyone incomparably envious. A martial ancestor was the strongest person in Donglan town. To be able to have a martial ancestor as a puppet, what kind of experience was that? That kind of satisfaction was indescribable. Xiao Dalai, Xiao Qinggong, Xiao Wanyan, and the others all revealed expressions of envy. The Xiao family patriarch waved his hand and said, "All right, go and release the people of the Lin clan. With the Lin clan patriarch atoning for their sins, we will let them go this time and not bicker with them. In the future, the Lin clan will still be subordinate to the Xiao family and will be controlled by the Lin clan patriarch." Xiao Yang waved his hand and took out the heaven and earth mirror. The heaven and earth mirror immediately flew above the 7 poison formation and released rays of light. The rays of light penetrated the 7 poison formation and gradually stopped the formation. Not long after, the 7 poison formation was completely shut down, revealing the many unconscious enemies who were lying on the ground. All the members of the Lin clan slowly woke up under Xiao Yang's spell, but they were still very weak. When they saw the situation in front of them, their faces changed greatly and they couldn't believe it. When they came, they had an army of 2,005 martial ancestor sects. At this moment, they were all screwed over. The only martial ancestor left was the Lin clan patriarch, who had become Xiao Chen's puppet. This made their faces filled with grief and indignation. They could not accept it. Patriarch. The members of the Lin clan were extremely sorrowful and knelt down in front of the Lin clan patriarch. Someone explained to them from the side. Soon, the members of the Lin clan understood what had happened. It turned out that they were all going to be killed, but the Lin clan patriarch had willingly become Xiao Chen's puppet in order to save them. This made them extremely touched, and they even cried bitterly. They felt that they had embarrassed the clan and implicated the Lin clan patriarch. "All right, you're all good men. What's the point of crying? Aren't you just making a joke out of yourself? Stop crying and get up. Go back to your families and cultivate well. I'm still here, so the sky won't fall." The Lin clan patriarch reprimanded them. The members of the Lin clan did not dare to disobey. They all got up and left with expressions of reluctance. In another direction, Xiao Feilai also brought the Lin clan's first elder and Lin Shanshan from the law enforcement hall. He briefly explained the situation to them and then let them leave. The Lin clan's first elder and Lin Shanshan quickly arrived before the Lin clan patriarch and immediately knelt down. Their faces were covered in tears, and their ashamed expressions were written all over their faces. "All right, get up and leave with your clan head." The Lin clan patriarch could not bear to watch and let them take the clan head away. Not long after, the members of the Lin clan left one after another. They all promised to be the Shao family and were willing to be servants. The Lin clan's first elder supported the half-dead clan head. He was extremely regretful. If he had not acted on his own initiative back then, there would not be such a tragic ending today. Lin Shanshan was also extremely vexed. Pain was written all over her pretty face. She had lost everything now. She had lost a martial ancestor, Xiaoyang, who had the potential to dominate the heavens. She had also lost a future clan head, Xiao Qin, who would be in charge of the Shao family. The status and vanity that she had pursued had all disappeared. On the contrary, when she returned to the clan, she would be looked down upon and scolded by the entire clan. Chapter 159. If she hadn't been so fickle, if she hadn't been possessed, how would she have ended up in such a miserable state? Now that she had left the Shao family, she probably wouldn't have the chance or qualifications to step into this place again in this lifetime. After dealing with the Lin family's matters, only the Wang family's matters remained. The Wang family's 2 martial great masters had already been crippled, and almost all of their clansmen had been captured. Their fates were now in the hands of the Shao family. The Shao family had decided to banish a portion of them. Some were assigned to plant herbs, some were sent to mine ores, and only a few outstanding disciples were selected by the Shao family to be nurtured. All the members of the Wang family who had the ability to manage were assigned to various businesses as small stewards. What they had to do was to work hard and actively earn money. This way, they would be able to support the elderly, women, and children of the Wang family. The Shao family had also specially set aside an area for the elderly, women, and children. They had even found some relaxing jobs for them, such as weaving cloth and rearing silkworms. As long as they weren't lazy and courting death, they wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing. With these people around, the Wang family didn't dare to cause any trouble. Not to mention, they didn't even have the chance to do so. This was because their clansmen had been scattered all over the place, unable to gather together. They could only slowly assimilate into the Shao family as time passed. Poison Medicine Pavilion, Back Mountain. Xiao Yang slowly walked out of the pill refining room. Although his expression was somewhat tired, his eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. After 7 days and 7 nights of nonstop pill refining, he had successfully refined the poisonous Snake King pill suitable for the double-headed king snake. This was an Earth-level pill, incomparably precious. At the very least, the entire Shao family, including Pavilion Master Shao, was unable to refine an Earth-level pill. The grades of pills were divided into heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Every major grade had 3 minor grades, and every grade was a chasm that was difficult to cross. Thus, Xiao Yang's pill refining skills were something they couldn't hope to reach. For this Earth-level poisonous Snake King pill, other than the refinement method and technique, one also needed to have 99% control over the flame. The most important thing was the medicinal herbs. There were several sets of medicinal herbs that the Shao family didn't have. Fortunately, they had defeated the Lin family and the Wang family in this battle. The Wang family's stockpile was abundant, comparable to the Shao family's. That was why they had gathered all the medicinal herbs. Even with Xiao Yang's memories from his previous life, he still needed 7 days and 7 nights to refine this pill with the cultivation of a wuzong. This showed how rare this pill was. "Boss." As soon as Xiao Yang walked out, Xiao Dalai hurriedly came out to greet him. Xiao Qinggong also quickly followed. Now, Xiao Yang had become the center of attention. No matter where he went, he would be respected by the people around him. Walking out of the immortal's cave, he saw numerous alchemists waiting for him. It seemed they had come to pay him a visit. Looking around, he saw Pill Elder, Yao Lao, Xiao Dan, Xiao Du, and other alchemists. Grandmaster Xiao Yang, Pill Elder, Yao Lao, and the others hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yang. Compared to Xiao Yang's strength, they admired Xiao Yang's alchemy ability more. Allow me to do something first. Xiao Yang nodded to them and spoke calmly. Everyone respected him as a big shot, and he was used to it. His strength and prestige were enough to make him one of the big shots in the Xiao family. No one dared to say anything. They all looked curiously at Xiao Yang, wanting to see what Xiao Yang was going to do. Double-headed King Snake, you have been with me for many days. You have sacrificed a lot for the family. Now I will give you a chance. Cherish it, Xiao Yang said slowly to the double-headed king snake coiled around his left hand. Hearing this, the double-headed king snake's eyes immediately lit up. It quickly landed on the ground and transformed into a 30-meter long body. It excitedly nodded at Xiao Yang, revealing a look of desire. He wasn't modest at all. That was everyone's evaluation of the double-headed king snake. Only the double-headed king snake understood what Xiao Yang meant by chance. He had personally accompanied Xiao Yang in alchemy. When he saw the Viper King elixir, he even had the urge to fall out with Xiao Yang and swallow the Viper King elixir. The Viper King elixir had a fatal attraction to him. This Viper King elixir, seeing that you have protected the Xiao family for so many years and helped you break through, I hope you can transform soon. Xiao Yang said lightly and immediately took out the earth-level elixir. The elixir's aura spread out, immediately causing an uproar and shock. Almost everyone present was an alchemist. They knew very well what level this elixir was. It was the earth-level elixir that had never appeared in Donglin Town before. They all breathed rapidly. When they looked at Xiao Yang, their eyes became more urgent and expectant, as if they were looking at a hot treasure. Think about it. There was an alchemist with superb alchemy skills in front of you, and he had a close family relationship with you. How could you not be excited? Especially for alchemists who were dedicated to studying elixirs. This was a huge treasure. No matter what, they would not turn a blind eye to it. Some alchemists could not help but tremble and exclaim, "Earth-level elixir, Viper King elixir. Oh my God!" Some alchemists were so excited that their faces turned red. Some even had tears in their eyes. They almost knelt down in front of Xiao Yang and shouted, "God bless our Xiao family." Xiao Yang did not scold them. His gaze fell on the double-headed king snake. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent the Viper King elixir into his mouth. The double-headed king snake was already impatient. When he saw the elixir flying over, he immediately opened his mouth and swallowed it. As the elixir entered his mouth, his cultivation level of level 8 Martial Master instantly broke through to level 9 Martial Master. This did not stop there. After a few more breaths, his cultivation aura became violent again, and he broke through to Martial Ancestor Realm. The occurrence of this miracle once again shocked many members of the Xiao family, causing them to feel disbelief. One had to know that the cultivation of demonic beasts was very difficult. It would take at least 10 or even 100 years of accumulation to break through a cultivation level. They were different from human self-cultivators because their lifespans were many times longer than human self-cultivators. If there was a circle, there would be a flaw. The heavens gave them a long lifespan, but they also created difficulties in another aspect. Now, the double-headed king snake had broken through 2 realms in a row and even broke through to Martial Ancestor Realm. This was simply unbelievable. The first to be shocked was the double-headed king snake. Although the double-headed king snake was very greedy for the elixir, he was only attracted by its smell. He never thought that the elixir would have such terrifying power. He felt the power of the Martial Ancestor Realm. His entire body felt like it was about to explode. He could not wait to find a place to vent. "Thank you, Master." He excitedly sent out his spiritual will, to Xiaoyang to express his gratitude. Xiaoyang nodded and ordered, "Continue to protect the Xiao family. I will be out in a few days." Chapter 160. This was something he had planned for a long time, so he raised the double-headed king snake's realm to strengthen the Xiao family's defense. The double-headed king snake was a little reluctant, but it didn't say anything. Its mission was to protect the Xiao family. It had been at least 100 years since it started, so maybe it had gotten used to its destiny and mission. It slowly slithered away, preparing to return to the nest the Xiao family had arranged for it. It could feel that it was a little lonely. Xiaoyang also sighed. Donglin town was too small, so he would leave sooner or later. This kind of sad parting was definitely not the first time, so he needed to get used to it. Many alchemists also noticed the atmosphere. After a moment of silence, someone quickly collected his thoughts and shouted at Xiaoyang, "Alchemy Grandmaster, can you teach us alchemy?" That one sentence completely ignited the atmosphere. They all admired Xiaoyang's alchemy skills and completely prostrated themselves at Xiaoyang's feet. Of course, they wanted to learn from him and improve their own alchemy skills. Xiaoyang calmly looked at them and took out 3 jade slips. The jade slips were circulating with a yellow light, but the light was not dazzling. Instead, it was very gentle, which immediately attracted the attention of many alchemists. He slowly said, "Among these 3 jade slips, one records my attainments in alchemy, one records 100 profound grade pill recipes, and the last jade slip records 10 earth grade pill recipes. These items will be placed in the Xiao family's poison medicine pavilion. You all should properly comprehend them. Of course, in order to avoid disaster, try not to spread them." Whoosh! The alchemists present were in an uproar. It was very noisy, and their faces were filled with excitement and joy. "Thank you, Alchemy Grandmaster." They looked at Xiaoyang gratefully, and their hearts were filled with boundless gratitude. As alchemists, this was their lifelong pursuit. Disperse. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Everyone followed Danwu and Yao Lao one after another, because the 3 jade slips were in their hands. Success. Delay, you can go too. I have nothing to give you. Xiaoyang looked at the 2 who were still standing there and couldn't help but say lightly. The 2 of them were also members of the Poison Medicine Pavilion and had the right to comprehend the 3 jade slips. Xiao Dalai and Xiao Qinggong had been restless for a long time. They were eager to give it a try. However, they didn't leave because of their moral friendship. Now that they heard Xiaoyang's words, they couldn't help but follow Dan Lao and the others with joy and curiosity. As he ran, he said without turning his head, "Boss, you've given us enough. We'll go first." After everyone left, Pavilion Master Xiao and the Xiao family's ancestor slowly appeared. Xiaoyang didn't find it strange. Obviously, he already knew of their arrival. "Xiaoyang, we know you're a dragon in a pond. Donglin town is too small to accommodate you, so we won't stop you." The patriarch of the Xiao family paused for a moment before continuing. "I don't have anything good to give you, but this is an ancient jade from the Xiao family. Wear it well. And if you have the chance to meet someone from the Xiao family in the future, tell them that we also miss our family." What? Xiaoyang was shocked. So they had a main family? Didn't that mean the Xiao family in Donglin town was just a branch? Xiaoyang was someone who had experienced great things. His heart was as calm as water, and he quickly regained his composure. He said calmly, "Don't worry, I will." Pavilion Master Xiao chuckled and grinned. "Xiaoyang, you're really not bad. I have high hopes for you. Here, I'll give you a token. If you have the chance to enter the poison sect, you can go find the Myriad Poison Pavilion's Pavilion Master. He will take care of you." The Xiao family's ancestor's expression changed slightly as he looked at Pavilion Master Xiao in surprise. Others might not understand, but he couldn't be any clearer. This token was extremely important to Pavilion Master Xiao. He didn't expect him to be willing to give it away. Xiaoyang was also shocked. Heavens, what kind of amazing people are these 2 old fellows? One is more mysterious, than the other. They even have feelings for the myriad poison pavilions, Pavilion Master. Xiao Yang didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future. After the two left, Xiao Yang also walked out of the poison medicine pavilion. He wanted to bid farewell to Xiao Wangu and Xiao Man, young master. Xiao Man was overjoyed. She saw Xiao Yang from afar and hurriedly jumped over. She wrapped her arms around Xiao Yang's hand. Looking at her happy expression, anyone would be happy to see her. "And, Xiao Man, your cultivation has progressed well. You're already a 7th order warrior." Xiao Yang could see Xiao Man's cultivation at a glance. Xiao Man was very happy. She made a funny face at Xiao Yang. "Of course, it's all thanks to young master. If you didn't give me enough resources, I wouldn't have this achievement." She also felt satisfied and proud. With her cultivation, it was enough to beat the majority of the Xiao family. "Where's my father?" Xiao Yang asked. "He's in the study room. I'll take you there." Xiao Man was very enthusiastic. Anyway, when she saw Xiao Yang, all her unhappiness disappeared. Entering the study room, she saw Xiao Wangu dealing with official business. Xiao Wangu put down the document in his hand and looked up at Xiao Yang. He smiled and said, "You're here." "And I plan to go to Martial Yang City to challenge the competition. I also plan to visit my mother." Xiao Yang said directly. In fact, he was going to kill someone. The person he wanted to kill was the genius of the Wang family in Martial Yang City. Because that person had used the Tao Tao poison technique to hurt his father. He had always remembered this hatred. It was just that he didn't have the chance and strength to take revenge. So he didn't plan to let it go this time. According to the start time of the competition, it was a little early to go now. However, with the excuse of visiting his mother, the time was just right. Xiao Wangu didn't say much and said calmly, "Go! You haven't seen your mother for a long time." At the mention of this, he was a little ashamed. Donglin Town was just a town after all. Even the strongest person here couldn't enter the Lan family's eyes. The Lan family was a big family in Martial Yang City and was on equal footing with the Wang family. Therefore, they restricted Lan Xingming's freedom and didn't let her leave Martial Yang City, let alone come to Donglin Town to live with the Xiao family. This caused the mother and son to be separated in 2 places. It was all because he wasn't strong enough. Xiao Wangu blamed himself. If he was strong enough, the Lan family wouldn't do such a thing to break up a family. Fortunately, the Lan family wasn't heartless. At least, they allowed Xiao Wangu and Xiao Yang to visit Lan Xingming. "Young master, are you going on a long journey?" Xiao Man looked at Xiao Yang reluctantly, as if she was about to cry. She was worried that Xiao Yang wouldn't want her. After all, her cultivation was still very weak. She was afraid that Xiao Yang would dislike her. Xiao Yang nodded and said, "N." This was inevitable and couldn't be changed. He definitely wouldn't let go of the genius of the Wang family who cultivated the Tao poison technique. Chapter 161. Can you take me with you? Xiao Man looked at Xiao Yang with teary eyes, afraid that Xiao Yang wouldn't want her. She just wanted to stay by Xiao Yang's side. She didn't dare to ask for anything else. Xiao Yang fell silent. In his mind, he wanted to go alone. After all, going to Martial Yang City to kill the Wang clan's prodigy was a very risky thing. If he brought another person with him, the danger factor would increase again. Xiao Yang had to be careful. "Young master, can you take me with you?" "Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. On the contrary, I'll help you deal with any problems." Xiao Man begged. Seeing that Xiao Yang had no intention of relenting, Xiao Man became even more anxious. She couldn't help but cry, making people feel sorry for her. Xiao Wangu couldn't stand it anymore. He said without hesitation, "You have to take Xiao Man with you. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the house." Actually, it wasn't bad to have someone to take care of and supervise him. At least, he could be at ease and prevent Xiao Yang from causing trouble alone. Besides, Xiaoyang wasn't young anymore and Xiao Man was pretty, so Xiao Wangu planned to matchmake them. Xiao Yang's mouth twitched. He touched his nose embarrassedly and muttered, "All right, let's go together." His father had already spoken, so he couldn't go against it. Besides, he couldn't bear to reject Xiao Man lest he hurt her heart. "Really? That's great. Young master, you're too good." Xiao Man was overjoyed after the rain. On this day, many people in the Xiao family looked melancholy. Xiao Chun was drinking alone in the back garden, sighing from time to time. Xiao Zhongtian was sitting in front of him. Xiao Zhongtian was also the person who wanted to bully and kill Xiaoyang in the past. However, he was later crippled. Now he had already submitted to Xiaoyang. He's gone. I don't even have the chance to say sorry. Xiao Zhongtian muttered, his heart filled with regret, and he also blamed himself. At the very least, Xiaoyang's character was enough to reform any evil spirit. From the magnificent feats that Xiaoyang had done, it could be seen that his character was like that of a saint. At that level, I don't need your apology anymore. Xiao Qin laughed bitterly. That's right. For Xiaoyang, who was as magnanimous as a prime minister, his vision was even greater and his ambitions even greater. How could he possibly take such a small matter to heart? Perhaps he had long since overlooked it. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao bumped into each other again on the training grounds. They knew that Xiaoyang was leaving today, so they were feeling melancholy and wanted to come out to relax. Now that Xiaoyang had become one of the big shots in the family, other than admiration, they also respected him. Thinking back to the grudges of the past, they found it somewhat funny. The two of them looked at each other, and when they saw each other, they recalled their grudges with Xiaoyang even more. After that, they looked at each other and laughed. After a few breaths of time, the two of them brushed past each other as if they were strangers. That's right, the two of them were originally a loving couple, a pair of mandarin ducks that everyone envied. However, after Xiao Qiao killed his brother in order to escape and even used Xiao Jingtian, their feelings and grudges were completely severed. It was impossible for them to go back to how they were before. Li Dazue, Xiao Pai, Xiao Daliai, Xiao Qinggong, and the others who claimed to be Xiaoyang's underlings drank until they were dead drunk in a restaurant. Later on, Xiao Donglai also joined in. This man who once swore to defeat Xiaoyang now only had respect and admiration for Xiaoyang. He didn't dare to have the slightest bit of blasphemy. Xiao Sun, Xiao Hozi, Xiao Chunyang, and the others all had bitter expressions. They were originally punished to be imprisoned and face the wall. Later on, they were pardoned and released. After they learned about Xiaoyang's matter, they only felt bitter and regretful. Xiao Di, Xiao Du-er, and Xiao Riyang all sighed. After today, they and Xiaoyang would be people of two different worlds, and they would never be able to cross over again. At the entrance of Donglin town, Xiao Feilai, who was full of righteousness, stood still and said indifferently, "I'll send you off here. Have a safe journey." Xiaoyang returned the greeting with cupped fists and said with a smile, "Go back. The Xiao family will be famous because of me, Xiaoyang." Xiao Man smiled at the side and quickly followed Xiaoyang in cupping his fists and bowing to Xiao Feilai, saying, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the young master." Xiao Feilai's unchanging zombie face smiled, then he turned and left. The three of them then went their separate ways. After walking for a short distance, Xiaoyang sensed that there was someone on the mountain top dozens of feet away. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately recognized them. However, he did not have the intention to greet them. He pretended not to see them and continued walking. On the mountain top, Lin Shanshan stared at Xiaoyang below without blinking. She pursed her lips and remained silent. Her expression was sorrowful and lonely. One had to know that this outstanding genius originally belonged to her. However, she courted death and completely lost him. Go back. This person is no longer someone you can associate with. The Lin family's head sighed with a pale face. Although he was rescued, he was still very weak. He knew very well that Xiao Yang's status was not something they were qualified to associate with. The Xiao family was the overlord of Donlin town, and Xiao Yang was one of the Xiao family's big shots. A single order from him was enough to make them commit suicide as an apology. How could he still be interested in them? Lin Shanshan was incomparably bitter. That day, she walked to Marshal Yang City with a dream that she was unwilling to give up. She thought that she was not inferior to Xiao Yang. She also thought that she should live a noble life that was sought after by others. She believed that with her beauty, she could completely achieve her goal. One day, Xiao Yang would kneel in front of her and salute her. How exhilarating and carefree that would be. The Lin family's head closed his eyes and sighed, but he did not stop her. After all, people had to have a dream. This dream was the motivation to live. Everyone had their own choice. This was the difference between people. Love should not be forcefully interfered with. Domineering imprisonment should be tolerated and supported. After all, Lin Shanshan was his daughter. Even if she failed miserably again, the Lin family's head would still acknowledge her. Because of his private release, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison by the Xiao family. However, he did not regret it. After walking for half a day, Xiao Yang finally arrived at Wuyang City. Glancing at the magnificent Wuyang City, he could not help but sigh with emotion. Xiao Man was the happiest. This was her first time here, and she could finally end the journey. This journey was very tiring. In order not to be despised by Xiao Yang as a burden, she did not complain. Fortunately, Xiao Yang knew how to take pity on people and stopped several times to rest. Finally, they were here. Pedestrians came and went at the gate. Anyone who wanted to enter the city had to pay gold coins. Xiao Yang and Xiao Man were no exception. After successfully entering the city, they came to a Yueli Inn to rest. Let's go. We're all tired from walking. Let's rest for a day and recover our energy before we go find Mother, Xiao Yang said faintly. Xiao Man nodded repeatedly, thinking that this arrangement could not be better. Chapter 162. When she thought of going to the Lan family to see the old madam, she was very happy. It had been a long time since she last saw the old madam. Boss, here are 10 taels of gold. Please give us 2 rooms. Xiao Man took out the taels of gold and handed them to the counter. Okay, please wait a moment. The owner responded enthusiastically, then took out 2 keys to the superior rooms and handed them over. He sighed and said, Sir, you guys came just in time. There are only 2 superior rooms left. Recently, many people have come to Marshal Yang City. They all look like they are participating in the hegemony competition. Are you guys the same? Xiao Yang was a little surprised and asked suspiciously, So what if I am? So what if I am not? The boss laughed awkwardly and said, Recently, many training places have sprung up in Marshal Yang City. They are proficient in the strategy of the hegemony tournament. They also have first-class training places. If you need them, I can recommend a few of them to you. This is an introduction sheet. If you don't mind, you can take a look. Businessmen were all smart people. They prioritized profit. How could being an owner make a meteoric rise? Of course, from time to time they had to earn some money. For example, there was a recommendation fee for recommending customers to other training places. Since he had nothing to do, the owner did not mind doing more business. Xiao Man took the introduction sheet, glanced at it, and then handed it to Xiao Yang. If I need it, I will ask you. Xiao Yang said lightly. It was good to know more as a newcomer. At this moment, a woman rushed in from the door. She came to the side of the counter and slammed her palm on the counter. She said rudely, Boss, I want a first-class room. The owner looked embarrassed and explained, Sir, I am sorry. The 2 remaining superior rooms have been rented out. The coquettish woman couldn't help but frown. Her gaze suspiciously fell on Xiao Yang and Xiao Man, seeing that the 2 of them were very ordinary. She immediately asked in disdain, You 2 want 2 first-class rooms. Xiao Man did not like the woman's arrogant attitude. She snorted and said, So what? That makes things much easier. The coquettish woman took out more than 100 taels of gold and slammed it on the counter. Boss, I'll pay double the rent. You can just take the room back from them. The innkeeper was even more embarrassed. Adhering to the principles of credibility and morality, he refused. Sir, unless the guest voluntarily checks out, we cannot forcibly take it back. Humph! This made Lan Jiaya very displeased. She was a dignified member of the Lan family. Coming to such a vulgar place was already giving them face. It was fine if the other party didn't flatter her, but he actually rejected her. Forget it, since she didn't want to cause trouble and be discovered by her clan. She didn't want to bicker with the innkeeper. Her gaze fell on Xiaoyang, and she said, "You give me a superior room, and these 100 taels of gold are yours." Lan Jiaya's attitude was still high and mighty, giving people a kind of unquestionable tone. She was not short of money anyway. She also believed that no one would reject this gold and silver. Xiao Man was a little angry, and her face was flushed. She felt that the other party was using money to humiliate them. They were not short of money, okay? No matter what, her young master was one of the big shots in Donglin town. She didn't even think about it and directly refused. "I'm sorry, we are not short of money. Young master, let's go." Xiaoyang was expressionless. He turned around and walked up the stairs. If the other party's tone was weak, Xiaoyang might not necessarily refuse. However, the other party's attitude was so superior that he couldn't stand it. "All of you, stand still. Didn't you hear what I said?" Lan Jiaya was even angrier. She felt that she was being bullied. First she was rejected by the innkeeper, and now she was being rejected by an outsider. How could she bear this? She couldn't help but flip out. No matter what, she had the cultivation of a martial master. She could completely crush most people, and she had the qualifications to do whatever she wanted. Not to mention, she had the Lan family as her backing. "Oh, isn't this Lan Jiaya, seventh sister Lan?" Just as Lan Jiaya was about to explode, a man's sarcastic voice rang out. The man was wearing an embroidered jade robe. He had a noble aura, but his temperament was very gloomy, as if he was surrounded by ghost energy. He sat by the window and looked over with a smile that wasn't a smile. He also had the cultivation of a martial master. The dignified daughter of the Lan family can't even afford a first-class room in the Pleasant Inn. If this were to spread, wouldn't people laugh at her? The corner of Wang Zizhong's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. In martial Yang City, the Wang family and the Lan family were sworn enemies. They didn't see eye to eye, and this kind of small friction happened frequently. The innkeeper was shocked. His face was pale without a trace of blood. His body trembled, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He really didn't think that the arrogant girl in front of him was the daughter of the Lan family, Lan Jai. He even offended her. If he knew her identity earlier, he would have tried to curry favor with her. He looked at Lan Jiaya in horror. His legs were shaking. If it weren't for the counter supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. One had to know that as long as the Lan family said the word, his inn would be wiped out in minutes. Xiao Meng was also a bit shocked. She looked at Xiaoyang and pondered. Xiaoyang stood still and looked at Lan Jiaya suspiciously. If the other party was from the Lan family, then for the sake of his mother, Lan Xingming, he had to give her some face. She might even be his cousin. Although this Lan Jiaya was a bit arrogant, she still had morals. Otherwise, after suffering such a big loss, she would have already shown her power to the innkeeper and them. There was no need to doubt the power of the Lan family in martial Yang City. "Wang Zizhong, if you don't speak, no one will think you're a mute," Lan Jiaya angrily reprimanded. Her face was red as she snorted. "Are you blind? My 100 gold taels aren't money. I just don't want to bully them. I'm not like you, taking whatever you like. Disgusting." Because the Wang family and the Lan family were deeply entangled with each other and had a long history of grievances. Most of the younger generation knew each other. They had even sparred before. Wang Zizhong didn't care. He said in a strange tone, Lan Jia, if you can't afford a room, then come. I'll let you have a room. I don't mind sharing a room with you. He had an expression that said he wasn't afraid of causing trouble. He didn't put Lan Jia in his eyes. Perhaps other people would be afraid of Lan Jia's cultivation and background. But Wang Zizhong wasn't inferior to her in any way. Lan Jia was so angry that her face turned red. She was always reserved, but she couldn't tolerate the other party teasing her reputation. She immediately took out a whip, circulated her cultivation, and lashed out. Chapter 163. Wang, you're courting death. The whip was ferocious, like a long dragon. It slashed down from the top towards Wang Zizhong. All the tables and chairs in front of it were shattered as if a path had been opened up. In an instant, dust filled the air. She wanted to teach this lecher a lesson. She wanted to vent her anger. A woman's reputation was not to be trifled with. Wang Zizhong was not afraid at all. He sneered and grabbed with one hand. A 7-colored glove instantly covered his palm. The glove was shining with a 7-colored light. As he grabbed the tail of the whip, the long whip couldn't hurt him at all. Oh, you're quite rude. I like it. Wang Zizhong did not let go of the whip. He sneered at Lan Jia. Then he pulled with force. His glove exploded with power again and pulled Lan Jia a few steps forward. This made Lan Jia very angry. Her delicate cheeks were red with anger. She even felt wronged. Tears welled up in her eyes. She had never been wronged like this before. This whip is not bad, Xiaoyang said plainly. He reached out and touched the whip. Suddenly, a powerful force came from the whip and crashed into Wang Zizhong's hand, causing his palm to explode. His gauntlet was also blown to pieces. Ah! A scream came out of Wang Zizhong's mouth. The table and chair he was sitting on instantly collapsed. His entire body flew out a few meters in a sitting position. He crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. His injuries were too horrible to look at. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were not intact. His face was pale and his expression was dispirited. It was as if he was severely injured. His eyes were filled with fear. It was as if the huge impact just now had completely shocked his mind. This scene caused Lan Jia to feel shocked and astonished. She knew very well that after Wang Zizhong used his glove, she was no match for him. She was even at a disadvantage and could not fight back. However, this sudden turn of events left her dumbfounded. Then she was very happy. She jumped in front of Wang Zizhong and swung her whip. The whip made a cracking sound in the air, giving people a huge psychological threat. Wang, do you know your mistake? She proudly looked down at her defeated opponent with a smug expression. Now he could finally teach him a lesson. It was just that this Wang Zizhong looked really miserable. Even if he didn't do anything, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. My gloves, woo woo. Wang Zizhong, who was arrogant and despotic just a moment ago, was now crying out loud. He cherished his gloves very much, as if they were extremely important to him. After all, that was a high-grade magic weapon. Moreover, it was a recently upgraded magic weapon. Presumably, he must have paid a huge price for it. No wonder he could withstand Lan Jia's whip. You're still thinking about your gloves? Your answer is irrelevant. Lan Jia was very angry. She originally wanted to let him go, but seeing that he didn't know what was good for him, she immediately whipped him. It didn't take long for a bloody wound to appear on Wang Zizhong's body. Wang Zizhong screamed in pain. I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Wang Zizhong hurriedly begged for mercy, especially when he glanced at Xiaoyang from the corner of his eyes. His body trembled. He was extremely frightened. He was very clear about what just happened. It was definitely Xiaoyang who made a move. Otherwise, Lan Jia wouldn't be his opponent. Scram. If I see you again, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Lan Jia angrily opened her mouth. Wang Zizhong couldn't wait to leave this place. Of course, he didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. After he left, Lan Jia flew back in front of Xiaoyang. She tilted her head and curiously looked at Xiaoyang. She wasn't stupid, she was just a bit spoiled. I know you helped me, so I won't take advantage of you. Here, this is the jade plate of the 100 Poison Valley. With this jade plate, you can go and cultivate once. Lan Jia took out a jade plate from her body and gave it to Xiaoyang. Then she took out 100 taels of gold and knocked it on the counter. She said, "Boss, that guy left. The room is mine. This is enough to compensate for your loss." What are you talking about, Miss Lan? You being able to stay here is the fortune of this little shop. Of course, it's free of charge. Please, please. The innkeeper smiled. His smile was uglier than crying. He hurriedly flattered her, afraid that Lan Jia would bicker with him. Ever since he found out about Lan Jia's identity, he almost fainted from fear. Just now, he clearly saw the power of Lan Jia's whip. It was almost enough to destroy his little shop. How could he still dare to straighten his back? Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Lan Jia's rude and unreasonable temper once again erupted, scaring the innkeeper. He hurriedly said yes. Then she looked at Xiaoyang and said, "Tomorrow after breakfast we'll go because the location depends on the strength of the group." This meant that she would also go. Lan Jia didn't give Xiaoyang a chance to speak. She walked towards the stairs. Previously, she defeated Wang Zizhong. Naturally, she also took the key from the loser. The reason why she gave Xiaoyang the 100 Poison Valleys jade tablet wasn't as simple as gratitude. She also took a fancy to Xiaoyang's strength. From the previous confrontation, it could be seen that even an expert like a martial master could be defeated by Xiaoyang with a snap of his fingers. She believed that bringing Xiaoyang along would bring her good luck. "Young master?" Xiao Man looked at the jade tablet in Xiaoyang's hand and shouted. "Guest, could it be that you don't know about the 100 Poison Valley?" The innkeeper asked. He saw that Lan Jia's attitude towards Xiaoyang was unusual. He thought that they must have some relationship. If he could curry favor with Xiaoyang, it would be equivalent to expressing goodwill towards Lan Jia. "Guest, the 100 Poison Valley is a good place to cultivate. It's especially suitable for people who cultivate poison arts. However, only 1 in 10,000 people is suitable for cultivating poison arts. Not everyone can cultivate poison arts. This place is one of the top 3 cultivation places in Marshal City. Only guests invited by the Lan family or the Wang family are qualified to cultivate there. You're very lucky to have met Miss Lan Jia." The innkeeper revealed an envious expression. The 100 Poison Valley is jointly managed by the Wang family and the Lan family. Therefore, if you want to occupy a better location, you need to compete with each other. Unlike the other 2 places, one is the Wang family's blood pool, and the other is the Lan family's devil cave. They only provide for the use of the main family members. Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. He understood. Chapter 165. If Lan Jia knew about this, she would definitely laugh her head off. Xiaoyang was a little angry. He had the courage to enter this place and capture people easily. Why didn't the other party use this to praise him? Instead, he mocked him for being ignorant and childish. He snorted and stared at the green-robed youth with a dark face. He shouted, "Where does Wang Zilai live?" The green-robed youth resisted the urge to laugh and said, "He lives in the east courtyard." In any case, this information wasn't worth keeping secret. Anyone could find out by asking around. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. "I'll make you laugh." Xiaoyang cursed angrily. Then, with a move of his hand, he directly knocked the other party out. Even when the green-robed youth fainted, the corners of his mouth still curled up as if he couldn't hold back his laughter. East Courtyard. Xiaoyang had already arrived here without a sound. There were many guards in the courtyard. These guards were all 2nd or 3rd stage martial masters. Counting carefully, There were 7 or 8 of them. If he wanted to enter the east courtyard, he had to get rid of them. Otherwise, he would definitely alarm the Wang family. It was unrealistic to get rid of these 7 or 8 guards openly. They could sound the alarm at any time. This way, he wouldn't be able to smoothly make a move on Wang Zilai. Hiding in a dark corner, Xiaoyang thought for a moment and quickly came up with a plan. He couldn't help but smile and was eager to try. He immediately summoned the bloodthirsty ice silkworm. This bloodthirsty ice silkworm was now a 5th stage martial master. Although its cultivation wasn't high, its poison was very strong. Cultivators of the same stage would find it difficult to resist. In addition, it was very small and agile. It was completely possible for him to launch a sneak attack. Bloodthirsty ice silkworm. Secretly poison those 7 guards. Don't let them make a sound. Xiaoyang instructed the bloodthirsty ice silkworm. The bloodthirsty ice silkworm flapped its wings and agreed. Then it flew out of Xiaoyang's hand and entered the east courtyard. He flew like a mosquito to the side of one of the guards. When he saw the guard's hand, he flew up and bit it lightly. The guard felt the pain and rubbed the back of his hand. However, he didn't care and thought it was just an ordinary mosquito bite. Then, the same thing happened to the other guards. Some had their necks, some had their hands, and some had their feet. When they discovered the condition of their companions, they were all very surprised. Then they became vigilant, and their faces were full of vigilance. When they looked around, they suddenly felt a little dizzy. At this moment, they understood that they had been poisoned. Then, they saw their companions lying on the ground. They also blacked out and didn't know anything. Buzz the bloodthirsty ice worm, successfully completed its mission and returned to Xiaoyang's side. It purposely made some noise to show off its accomplishments. Well done, great job. Xiaoyang praised him, then got up, rolled and jumped and smoothly entered. Then he began to search around for Wang Zilai. This genius of the Wang clan dared to hurt his father. Of course, he wouldn't let him off easily. Soon, he sensed the other party's aura in the cultivation room. He couldn't help but grin. I've finally found you. Xiaoyang used his martial ancestor cultivation to set up an isolation domain around him. With this isolation domain, no matter how loud they were, no one outside would hear them. After finishing the arrangement, he calmly walked to the door of the cultivation room and knocked on the door, making a dong-dong-dong sound. Who is it? Wang Zilai's cautious voice came from the cultivation room. Obviously, he was on guard. Xiaoyang smiled and didn't care at all. He slammed his palm and directly blasted the door open. Smoke and dust filled the air as he slowly walked in. After the smoke and dust dispersed, Xiaoyang's figure was revealed. Hello, Wang Zilai. I would like to experience your Tao poison technique. Xiaoyang said calmly. Although the green-robed young man said that Wang Zilai was the only genius who cultivated the Tao poison technique, he still had to verify it himself. He wasn't someone who would kill the innocent. Who are you? Wang Zilai wasn't old. He was about the same age as Xiaoyang and looked very young. He squinted his eyes and looked suspiciously at Xiaoyang. He saw that Xiaoyang was dressed in black and covered with a black cloth, so he couldn't see his face clearly. He couldn't help but ask curiously. This was because he had many enemies. Some were internal and some were external. Even if he wanted to fight, he should at least know who his enemy was. You just want to test the Tao poison technique? Or do you have other intentions? Wang Zilai asked. He wasn't a fool. Firstly, he wanted to stall for time. Secondly, he wanted to figure out Xiaoyang's identity. Cut the crap. Let me see if your poison technique is better or mine. Xiaoyang's eyes flickered and he immediately slammed his palm out. His palm was filled with poison and his cultivation was at the martial master level 8. When Wang Zilai saw this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and grinned. You're only at the martial master level 8 and you dare to court death. You really overestimate yourself. He immediately released the powerful cultivation of a ninth-stage martial master and also immediately used the Tao poison technique. He waved his hands and evolved a fist and a palm, bombarding Xiaoyang. When Xiaoyang saw that the other party had used the Tao poison technique, he also let out a sigh of relief. Now he could confirm that the other party was the one who had injured his father. His eyes flashed with viciousness and cruelty. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyang immediately changed his move and used the firmament palm. A ferocious palm print rushed towards Wang Zilai. Of course, the power of this palm was still only at the martial master level 8. It's you? Xiao Wanggu? How dare you? I let you escape last time, but you still dare to be stubborn and court death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Zilai roared at Xiaoyang. He had previously fought with Xiao Wanggu, who was at the martial master level 8, so he was very familiar with Xiao Wanggu's firmament palm. In addition, Xiao Yang's performance was similar to Xiao Wanggu's, so Wang Zilai mistook him for Xiao Wanggu. It's really you, Xiaoyang said fiercely. Then he instantly released the cultivation of a martial ancestor and used the heaven-level martial skill, 1,000 poisonous hands. Although he was still unable to fully display the power of this martial skill, it was enough to deal with Wang Zilai, who was only at the martial master level 9. You're not at the martial master level 8? You're a martial ancestor? The sudden appearance of a martial ancestor's aura gave Wang Zilai a fright as he looked at Xiaoyang in horror. No, you're not Xiao Wanggu. Who are you? Wang Zilai asked with a pale face. When they fought before, Xiao Wanggu was only at the martial master level 8 and was not his opponent at all. It had only been a short time since they last met, and a talented person like him had not broken through yet. How could the other party break through faster than him? Chapter 166. Xiao Wanggu's son, Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang said calmly. The cruelty in his eyes was like that of an Asura. Today he was going to avenge his father and kill this man. No, you can't kill me. I'm a genius of the Wang clan. If you kill me, the Wang clan will destroy your little family. No! He let out a cry of agony when he saw a giant claw approaching him. His voice was mournful and mournful, dragging out the pitch of his voice. Bang! His body was instantly impacted. He did not even have the strength to fight back. His muscles were trembling from the impact, and he felt like his organs were about to burst out from his mouth. Die for me! Xiaoyang let out a roar. He reached out his hand and unleashed a powerful suction force. Wang Zilai was dragged into Xiaoyang's hand. You! Wang Zilai had difficulty breathing as his neck was being held. His face was flushed red as he stared at Xiaoyang in terror. He could not even speak. Spare me. He mustered all his strength and finally spat out 2 words. However, Xiaoyang had no intention of letting him go. He harumphed and said, Did you plan to spare Xiao Wanggu's life? If I didn't discover it in time, your poison would have killed him. Humph! Xiaoyang tightened his grip and snapped Wang Zilai's neck. Wang Zilai could not believe that Qin Nen had the guts to kill him. His face was filled with unwillingness and hatred. His head tilted to the side as he died. There was no sign of life on his body. His hands were hanging by his side. His body was icy cold. Killing you is dirtying my hands. Xiaoyang tossed the man to the ground. He took out a scroll and recorded the scene with his cultivation. Following this, he took out a ball of incorporeal flame and tossed it onto Wang Zilai's body, burning his corpse into ashes. He turned around and left the place. Fortunately, he had the foresight to set up an isolation domain here in advance. Otherwise, he might really have been discovered. He quickly left this place and fled out of the Wang family's residence. Wang Family Ancestral Hall. In addition to the spirit tablets of the ancestors, there were also many jade tablets floating in the air. These jade tablets had names written on them. One of the jade tablets with the name of Wang Zilai suddenly trembled, lost its glow, and shattered into pieces. The old man in charge of guarding the place was originally sitting cross-legged and cultivating with his eyes closed. When he heard the soft sound, he was immediately alarmed. He glanced at it and couldn't help but be shocked, his face filled with shock. One of the geniuses of the Wang clan, Wang Zilai, had been killed. Heavens, that Wang Zilai was at least a level 9 martial master. Within the Wang clan who could easily kill him. Even if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its owner first. Do you really think that the Wang clan doesn't exist? He hurriedly activated the alarm and activated the family's defensive formation. Everyone in the Wang family was alarmed. They all got out of bed and lit their lamps to check the situation. What happened? 2 figures of supreme elders appeared in the sky above the Wang family and roared in a dignified manner. One of the 5 geniuses of the Wang clan, Wang Zilai, is dead. Even his jade tablet has shattered. The old man in charge of guarding the jade tablets in the ancestral hall reported. What? Everyone in the Wang clan was shocked. An enemy had infiltrated the Wang clan and killed Wang Zilai, a level 9 martial master, without any commotion? How terrifying was the killer's cultivation to be able to do that? Was this a challenge to the Wang clan's dignity? Find him, all of you. Find the killer for me. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The white-bearded old man roared furiously. The geniuses of the Wang clan were the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation. They were the cornerstone of the Wang clan's future development. Their death was equivalent to the death of the Wang clan's future. How could these people in power tolerate this? If they could kill Wang Zilai now, what about next time? If they didn't kill the killer, wouldn't everyone in the Wang clan be in danger? The Wang clan was in a complete mess. Groups of people were patrolling everywhere. There were even powerful people who flew into the sky and released their divine sense. Luckily, I ran fast. Xiaoyang sighed. He had already left the Wang clan and was outside. Stop! Just as Xiaoyang was about to leave, a woman's voice was heard. It sounded familiar. It was Lan Jiaoye. Miss Lan, it's better to leave first. You don't want to attract the Wang clan here, do you? At that time, you won't be able to clear your name. Xiaoyang said indifferently. Then he ignored Lan Jiaoye and used his cultivation to leave quickly. After all, he killed a genius of the Wang clan in the Wang clan's residence. Even the Lan clan couldn't bear this crime. After he was far away, Lan Jiaoye caught up to Xiaoyang while panting. This was under the premise that Xiaoyang purposely slowed down. It was obvious that Xiaoyang was a friend and not an enemy. From the commotion he caused in the Wang clan, it was obvious that Xiaoyang had a grudge against the Wang clan. As the saying goes, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. With this thought in mind, Lan Jiaoye found Xiaoyang much more pleasing to the eye. Who are you? What did you do in the Wang clan that made the entire Wang clan tremble? Lan Jiaoye still had lingering fears when she thought about it. At that moment, she was scared out of her wits. She almost thought that she had been discovered. At that time, the 3 big shots of the Wang clan all appeared. This kind of serious situation would only happen when 2 clans were at war. Xiaoyang stood still and stared at Lan Jiaoye coldly. Murderous intent was released from his body as he taunted. Lan Jiaoye, tell me, if I kill you now, who will know? What? Lan Jiaoye was startled and quickly jumped away. She looked at Xiaoyang in horror. Her face was full of vigilance, afraid that Xiaoyang would act recklessly. Her face was pale and her lips trembled. She anxiously said, "What do you want to do?" "I'm telling you, don't act recklessly. Curiosity will kill." Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows and said with an evil grin. Lan Jiaoye immediately understood and hurriedly said, "I won't ask, okay? I promise I won't tell anyone about today's matter. You have to know that I'm from the Lan clan, and I hate the Wang clan to the core." Xiaoyang no longer paid attention to Lan Jiaoye. He used his movement technique to the extreme and left in a flash. In fact, he didn't have any killing intent towards Lan Jiaoye. He only wanted to scare her a bit to prevent her from gossiping. After watching Xiaoyang leave, Lan Jiaoye couldn't help but stomp her feet. She pursed her lips and snorted. I don't believe that there's something that Lan Jiaye can't find out. Humph. She immediately contacted the Lan clan's people and sent back the things that needed to be investigated so that the spies and intelligence personnel could help. The commotion caused by the Wang clan's mansion was getting bigger and bigger. When they couldn't find anyone in the mansion, they continued to expand the search area. Many residences and shops were disturbed. Chapter 167. Happy Arrival Inn. Under the cover of night, the inn and the surrounding residents should have entered a warm dreamland. However, in the Pleasant Arrival Inn, there was a clamor and clamor. The windows facing the street were all opened, and heads poked out one after another. Inside the rooms, there was also the light of candles. Little girl, if you don't properly apologize to me today, I'll make you suffer the consequences. Hurry up and call your damned young master out. I'm going to tear him apart. Wang Zizhong, who had left and returned, shouted at Xiaoman. He roared angrily with a ferocious expression on his face. Today he had been beaten to a pulp by Xiaoyang. As a dignified junior of the Wang family, of course he couldn't tolerate this. Thus he immediately brought people to fight back. He wanted Xiaoyang and Xiaoman, these two outsiders, to see how powerful he was. At this moment, he held his head high and looked Xiaoman up and down with a lustful gaze. He felt that Xiaoman was quite pretty. He had already thought it through. After he taught Xiaoyang a lesson, he would forcefully take Xiaoman away as compensation for offending him. Thinking of this, Wang Zizhong couldn't help but reveal a perverted smile. Xiaoman was a bit nervous and frowned. Xiaoyang had left in the middle of the night and still hadn't returned. Where was she going to find Xiaoyang? Moreover, she was still worried about Xiaoyang. As she pondered over how to open her mouth, she circulated her cultivation and floated down from the second floor. Her graceful and tall figure landed in front of everyone. She calmly glanced at Wang Zizhong and said sarcastically, "Wang Zizhong, a loser. You still dare to send yourself to your death? Come. Do you know shame?" This made Wang Zizhong's expression turn ugly and awkward. In an instant, he was filled with grief and indignation. The matter of being beaten to a pulp had become a symbolic and shameful event in his heart. With a red face, he shouted at Xiaoman, "Why aren't you calling your young master out? You're just a servant girl. What right do you have to talk to me like this? Slap her." After Wang Zizhong scolded Xiaomang, he immediately unleashed his cultivation and attacked Xiaomang. His speed was extremely fast. His figure was still standing on the spot, but in the next moment he was in front of Lil Man. As a second-stage martial master, he could be considered an outstanding disciple among his peers. At the very least, Xiaoman was no match for him. Xiaoman hadn't even touched the threshold of a martial master. Xiaoman could not help but panic when she saw that the slap was about to land on her face. She even felt like crying. However, she was locked onto by the powerful presence of her opponent, so she could not move at all. It was as if she could not dodge the attack, no matter how she tried. Xiaoman couldn't help but feel despair, and his face turned ashen. She had already prepared herself to endure the slap. She slowly closed her eyes, giving up on resisting and dodging. At this moment, she hoped that her young master was here. At the very least, he would protect her and not let her get hurt. Although her heart felt warm, she quickly felt guilty. Yes, ever since she followed Xiaoyang, she had grown up under his protection. She could not do anything for Xiaoyang. She even said that she would work hard and not be a burden to Xiaoyang. Looking at the current situation, if she was not a burden, then what was? Xiaoman realized that her mentality was not right. Once she was in danger, she hoped that Xiaoyang would protect her. After waiting for a while, the slap did not land. Xiaoman also did not feel any pain. She could not help but feel a little surprised. She opened her eyes slightly, wanting to see what was going on. Immediately after, she saw Wang Zizhong, who was standing a step away, suddenly cry out and fly backwards. It was as if he had been hit by a boundless force. He was still in the air, but the blood he spat out had already floated down from the sky. It looked quite poignant. Bang! Wang Zizhong's battered body smashed into the ground like a piece of rotten meat, giving off a muffled sound. Oofed! After being hit again, he could not help but spit out blood again. His face was pale, and his bun was broken. His hair, which had been tied up, was now all loose and disheveled. His hair was stained with red blood and stuck together, giving off a pungent smell of blood. Coupled with his face that was bleeding from all orifices, it was terrifying to look at. That person was like an Azura. What's going on? Xiao Man muttered to herself. She was not the only one who was surprised. Even the people who were watching from the window felt the same. Several people from the Wang family were also puzzled. When their gazes fell on Xiao Man, they felt a deep sense of fear. The more they did not know, the more mysterious and terrifying they felt. Only an old man from the Wang family frowned, deep in thought. He was one of the consecrators of the Wang family, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the martial master realm. Perhaps others could not see through the trick just now, and although he could not completely understand what had just happened, he had discovered many more things. For example, the power that had attacked Wang Zizhong just now was simply another hidden, powerful existence. Even he was not confident that he could defeat it. I'm going to kill you. A mere servant girl dares to do this to me? I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Wang Zizhong, who had suffered another humiliating blow, was about to go crazy. No matter what, in the huge martial Yang city, he was still an outstanding disciple and could be considered to have some reputation. Last time, he was defeated by Xiao Yang. This time he came back aggressively for revenge, but he was actually defeated by Xiao Man, a servant girl. Furthermore, he was defeated in such a humiliating way. How could he accept this? Wang Zizhong shouted crazily. He was in a state of madness and had almost lost his mind. He felt that his opponent had to be at least at the level of Xiao Yang, so he wanted to teach Xiao Man a lesson so that he could show Xiao Yang his ugly face. As a matter of fact, he had just made a move and was directly sent flying by Xiao Man. Moreover, the injuries that he had been suppressing erupted once again, causing him to be even more injured. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. The injuries on the body were not important. After all, the body could heal itself with medicinal pills and medical treatment. Only the trauma in the heart was difficult to recover. Once he suffered a setback and blow, unless he defeated the enemy again, he would not be able to let go of his heart. He would not be able to balance himself and could only keep brooding. It would even become an inner demon when he broke through to the next realm. Go, go, go. Don't just stand there. Go to the booklet. Chapter 168. Teach that little girl a lesson. Teach her a lesson. He shouted frantically, his expression furious. Wang Zizhong wanted to see how Xiao Man would attack. His face was gloomy as he stared at Xiao Man. No matter how he looked at it, Xiao Man was very ordinary. She was at most a rank 5 or rank 6 martial warrior. How did she attack him when he was a rank 2 martial master? Charge! Young Master Wang has given the order. Attack with me. Take down that little girl and have a good time with young Master Wang. After hearing Wang Zizhong's order, the few followers of the Wang family who had been brought by Wang Zizhong shouted and howled. Firstly, this was very courageous and could boost morale. Secondly, this way, they could use their powerful momentum to intimidate the other side. In the blink of an eye, the followers of the Wang family rushed to Xiao Man's side and displayed their moves and fist techniques, wanting to kill Xiao Man completely. Their cultivation was not low. The lowest was a rank 8 martial warrior, and the highest was a rank 3 martial master. As lackeys, having this kind of cultivation and number of people was not bad. At this moment, Xiao Man was like a grass in a storm, fluttering in the wind and rain. She could be destroyed by the storm at any time. Among the followers of the Wang family, any one of them could easily deal with Xiao Man, not to mention so many of them attacking together. No matter how strong Xiao Man was, she would only be killed. Furthermore, Her cultivation was not strong. A help. Xiao Man sensed the fierce killing intent and also sensed the killing moves that were filled with boundless power. She was so frightened that her expression changed. Her delicate body was trembling slightly, and her eyes were filled with terror. Her expression was aghast. Because she was too frightened and frightened, she could not help but cover her cheeks and eyes with her hands. She could not bear to see the tragic scene of her being killed. However, just as she covered her face with her hands, everyone present was shocked. Their hearts tensed up, and their spirits were raised a little. They all remembered that when Wang Zizhong made his move, Lil Man had done the exact same thing, and he had been inexplicably sent flying. Now that Xiao Man was doing the same action, it attracted their attention and alerted them. I want to see how a weak little girl like you will make a move. Wang Zizhong, whose hair was disheveled, stared at Xiao Man with a face full of indignation. He didn't even blink, afraid that he would miss some details. He was still brooding over the fact that he had been sent flying just now. Consecrator Wang also narrowed his eyes at this moment. He even channeled his cultivation into his eyes to make his vision clearer. The reason why he hadn't made a move until now was, firstly, to keep the situation under control, and secondly, to find out what was going on. Not only the two of them, but even the onlookers on the third floor and the third floor outside were staring with their eyes wide open, afraid that they would miss the exciting scene. Ah! Screams of agony rang out again. The attendants of the Wang clan were all struck by an unknown force, and they were all sent flying in all directions. That power was so strong that they couldn't even resist. They didn't even know where that power came from. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds of bodies hitting the ground could be heard. The collision this time was much more violent than Wang Zizhong's previous collision. At least before, Wang Zizhong was only sent flying. Although he looked miserable, he didn't suffer a fatal blow. But this time it was different. Some of the Wang family's attendants slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Then cracks appeared on the ground. Some of them slammed into the tables and chairs, causing them to shatter into pieces, making cracking sounds. Every person who was sent flying and smashed to the ground couldn't stand up. There were even a few people with weaker cultivation who just blacked out. They didn't know what happened next. Only the remaining two people with stronger cultivation were lying on the ground moaning. They were in extreme pain, and their faces were distorted. If they could, they would definitely choose to faint, because then they would lose their sense of pain. Ouch, ouch. It hurts. The two people who lost to Wang Zizhong let out painful howls. In this place, apart from their voices, everyone was silent. The atmosphere became a bit strange and eerie. Xiao Man, who covered her face with her hands and covered her eyes, also waited for a while. She didn't feel any pain coming from her body. She couldn't help but be surprised again. She wondered what they were doing. Could it be that they were acting? Then she opened her fingers again and looked out through the gaps between her fingers. She saw that the attendants of the Wang clan who attacked just now were all lying on the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Only two of them were awake. The two who were awake were not as good as the two who were unconscious. Seeing them curl up in pain was really painful. Xiao Man withdrew her gaze. This made her even more confused because she couldn't figure out what was going on. "Hey, what's wrong with them?" Xiao Man asked timidly. She even stretched out her slender hand and pointed at the people on the ground. Her confused and tender appearance made people feel that she was cute. However, those who had seen her power did not think that she was cute. Instead, they felt that she was incomparably terrifying. Heavens, that was a total of 7 or 8 people whose cultivation was not weak. Just by blindfolding her eyes, they were immediately sent flying. This method was violent and cruel enough. All the spectators who were watching the show looked at Xiao Man in a daze. They thought to themselves, keep pretending, keep pretending. Yes, they were also unable to clearly see how Xiao Man had attacked, so they could only blame it all on Xiao Man. They thought that Xiao Man had attacked secretly and was an expert who liked to pretend to be low-key. The second stage, Martial Master Wang Zizhong's mouth twitched. He also couldn't clearly see Xiao Man's attack because Xiao Man didn't attack at all. The one who attacked was someone else. No, it wasn't a person, it was a bird. Xiaoyang had left Fiery Bird behind to guard against this moment. As expected, with Fiery Bird's protection, they couldn't even harm a single hair on Xiao Man's body. Because they couldn't see clearly, they didn't focus their attention on Fiery Bird on Xiao Man's shoulder. They only thought that the initiator of all this was Xiao Man. Only the consecrator from the Wang family had noticed Fiery Bird. However, he was only paying attention and was suspicious. He did not have much confidence in confirming it, nor did he have any evidence to prove it. Whether or not it was Fiery Bird was no longer important. What was important was whether or not to take action. Once he attacked, he might not be able to win. Chapter 169. If he didn't make a move, he wouldn't be able to give Wang Zizhong an explanation. He couldn't help but frown and fall into deep thought. Humph! Wang Zizhong snorted coldly at Xiao Man and shouted, "You still have the nerve to ask what's going on? Isn't this all you're doing? Am I doing?" Xiao Man's face was full of confusion and revealed a dumbfounded look. In reality, she didn't make a move at all. As the person involved, how could she not know if she made a move or not? But looking at everyone's expression, they all looked like they were ready to fight. This made Xiao Man feel hurt and guilty. If she was that strong, she wouldn't have to be Xiaoyang's burden. She wouldn't have to feel guilty toward Xiaoyang. She would have fought alongside Xiaoyang a long time ago. Let me tell you, you're dead meat. No matter how real your acting is, it's useless. Don't look at me with your innocent eyes. We all saw it with our own eyes. You defeated them with your own hands. Wang Zizhong shouted angrily. His face was full of anger, and he felt wronged. He felt that since Xiao Man was so strong, why would she pretend to be weak to deceive him? Wasn't she pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Wasn't she just waiting for him to jump into a trap? You think you can act cool and defeat a few cats and dogs so you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Today, I will get rid of evil for the people and kill you. Wang Zizhong was extremely angry and he roared furiously. Yes, he thought that Xiao Man was just acting cool. He was the young master of the Wang clan, and he was tired of this kind of acting cool. As for calling his followers cats and dogs, it was purely a slip of the tongue. After all, he was also defeated. How could he call himself a cat and a dog? Many onlookers burst into laughter and wondered if there was something wrong with Wang Zizhong's brain. Hearing the laughter of the onlookers, Wang Zizhong suddenly felt awkward and embarrassed. A slip of the tongue. So embarrassing. Luckily, he was thick-skinned and quickly recovered his emotions. On the other hand, when Lil Man heard the other party's angry scolding and being wronged, she immediately felt wronged. Who did she offend? She wanted to lie down and rest in the middle of the night, but this Wang Zizhong brought his men and came looking for trouble. She had been defending all along, okay? Even if it was evil, wasn't it more appropriate to use this word on Wang Zizhong? He made it sound like he was the embodiment of justice, upholding righteousness and upholding justice on behalf of the heavens. Please, the eyes of the masses were clear as snow. They knew very well who was the one who was committing outrages. It was just that they did not dare to voice their anger. Xiao Man felt extremely wronged. In terms of verbal disputes, she was no match for others. She could only weakly retort, "I'm not doing anything evil. I'm trying to get rid of evil for the people. You're the one who deserves to die. If you die, this world will be peaceful." Many of the onlookers agreed with this statement. They all wanted Xiao Man to kill Wang Zizhong, but they were also a little worried that Xiao Man would suffer the Wang family's revenge. Whatever you say now is useless. Wang Zizhong snorted softly with a serious expression on his face. Even he himself was moved by what he had just said. "Consecrator Wang, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. You must take care of that demoness and not let her harm the common people. He walked in front of Consecrator Wang and spoke respectfully. Since young Master Wang has spoken, this old man will definitely do his best. The white-haired consecrator Wang bowed slightly to Wang Zizhong. Others respected his cultivation and strength, and he respected others' status. Respect was mutual, and he still understood this simple principle. His old body moved, and his robes puffed up. It was as if there was a flow of energy within his robes, and his aura suddenly soared. Smelly girl, you'd better stop pretending. I've already seen through your tricks. This is not your strength at all. It's your bad luck to fall into my hands. Consecrator Wang's gaze fell on Xiao Man as he sneered. Then he used his movement technique and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Xiao Man. He released the tyrannical cultivation of a rank 8 martial master, intending to capture Xiao Man in one fell swoop. Xiao Man's cultivation alone was not worth his attention. What he was afraid of was the other majestic power in Xiao Man's body. Just as his dragon claw was about to grab Xiao Mang's head, the terrifying power erupted again. The power was so great that it could be described as a stormy sea. The majestic power instantly swept towards Consecrator Wang. Consecrator Wang's expression changed drastically. He couldn't block it at all. He hurriedly released a defensive light veil. Taking advantage of the delay brought by the defensive light veil, he used his body movement technique again. He instantly retreated. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and his body instantly returned to his original position. His expression became incomparably solemn, and his expression was gloomy as he stared at Xiao Man with unwillingness. He finally understood that the power came from the flamingo on Xiao Man's shoulder. As long as someone wanted to harm Xiao Man, the flamingo would save her. The flamingo's strength was unfathomable. At the very least, Consecrator Wang believed that he was not a match for it. It was at least a martial ancestor realm cultivation. Consecrator Wang? How is it? Seeing Consecrator Wang return in defeat, Wang Zizhong could not help but feel worried. He took 2 steps forward and asked Consecrator Wang. Consecrator Wang frowned and muttered, "This servant girl is very weak. Her power comes from the flamingo on her shoulder." What? Wang Zizhong suddenly realized. No wonder there was such a strange situation before. So that was the case. After knowing the truth of the matter, he relaxed and asked Consecrator Wang, "Then is there a way to deal with them?" Consecrator Wang said indifferently, "You can only use your wits, not your strength." After all, the flamingo's strength was very strong. If they were to clash head-on, everyone would only be cannon fodder. Because of this, Wang Zizhong and Consecrator Wang fell into deep thought. They wanted to think of a good way to deal with the flamingo. Their conversation fell into the ears of the others. Everyone, including Xiao Man, was relieved and their gazes landed on Mo Lai. However, Mo Lai acted as if nothing had happened. As a martial arts grandmaster, he simply did not care about the gazes on him. "Bird, it was you? You helped me. I knew that young master would definitely take care of me. Thinking about how Xiaoyang had left the flamingo behind to protect her even when he had gone to do something dangerous alone, Xiao Man felt touched. Her eyes became moist, and she felt guilty. It seemed that she was really a burden. If Xiaoyang had brought the flamingo along, the assistance would be top-notch. Regardless of whether it was completing a mission or escaping, the success rate would greatly increase. Chapter 170. Damn, what kind of bird is that? It looks like it's really something. Idiot, that's a fiery bird. It's very rare, and it looks like this fiery bird's cultivation isn't weak. I think it's a martial ancestor realm fiery bird. Hiss hiss. Many of the spectators gasped. If it was just a fiery bird, it wouldn't make a fuss. However, the words martial ancestor, realm, shocked them. Even in Martial Yang City, the number of martial ancestor realm experts could be counted on one hand. Furthermore, these martial ancestor realm experts were all humans and had their own autonomy. The fiery bird in front of them was a bird. To be more specific, it was a demon pet and was under the control of someone. To be able to have a martial ancestor realm pet, how low could his status be? If he didn't have the cultivation of a martial ancestor realm, how could he subdue the fiery bird? If one wanted to know whether someone was powerful or not, one could tell just by looking at his pet. However, no matter how one looked at it, this Shao man was very ordinary. Immediately, some people realized that this Shao man wasn't the fiery bird's owner. She was just like the fiery bird, someone else's follower and concubine. Thinking of this, the spectators once again burst into an uproar. They felt a sense of disbelief. "Consecrator Wang, why don't I give it a try?" Wang Zizhong said softly. There was even a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Since he found out that Shao Man was relying on the fiery bird, as long as he subdued the fiery bird, he could casually deal with Shao Man. Try to think about it again. If you subdued the fiery bird, or if the fiery bird was attracted by your temptation and became your fighter in the future, wouldn't you be excited? One had to know that this was a martial ancestor realm fighter. In the entire martial Yang city, no one had a martial ancestor realm demon pet. He still had some understanding of the fiery bird's habits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. Then young Master Wang, be careful. As long as you don't hurt the servant girl, the fiery bird won't attack you. Consecrator Wang reminded him. Wang Zizhong nodded and immediately took out a spirit stone from his body. He walked up confidently and quickly arrived in front of Lil Man. Shao Man was a little afraid of him, afraid that he would bully her. Her face couldn't help but turn a little pale. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at the other party with vigilance. "You, what do you want to do?" she asked in horror. However, Wang Zizhong did not answer her, nor did he take her seriously. In fact, ever since they found out about Fiery Bird, almost everyone's focus had shifted to Fiery Bird. No one paid attention to Shao Man. Wang Zizhong did not pay attention to the frightened Shao Man. Instead, his gaze fervently looked at Fiery Bird, who was on Shao Man's shoulder. His eyes revealed greed and hope. His face was full of smiles, and he tried his best to flatter Fiery Bird. Looking at Fiery Bird, he respectfully said, "Senior Fiery Bird, I know that as a martial ancestor, you have consciousness. Let me tell you, I am a member of the martial Yang city's Wang family. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will eat and drink well. Look, what is this?" Wang Zizhong took out the only 2 spirit stones he had on him and handed them to Fiery Bird so that it could take a look. Spirit stones, as the name suggests, were stones that contained spiritual qi. The existence of this kind of thing was very useful. Not only could it help cultivators increase their cultivation speed, it could also be used as a commodity for trade. It could also be used in other aspects, such as flying magic artifacts and formations. This kind of precious and rare stone was also hard to come by. Generally, true beasts of heaven and earth would be interested in things rich in spiritual qi. For example, 100-year-old herbs and 1,000-year-old herbs. Their growth depended on swallowing spiritual qi as nutrients. Almost no demonic beast would reject spirit stones. It was believed that Fiery Bird was no exception. Blinking his eyes and swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he continued to stare at Fiery Bird and said temptingly, "Senior Fiery Bird, I have a lot of these spirit stones. If you follow me, I will give you spirit stones every day. How about it?" He had made up his mind and was going to throw caution to the wind. In reality, he did not have that many spirit stones. However, his family definitely had a lot. If he could subdue a martial ancestor, his family would definitely be happy to see it happen. Giving out a few spirit stones would not be a problem. After he braced himself and shouted this sentence, he looked nervously at Fiery Bird. His mood was somewhat perturbed. No one knew whether he would agree or not. Seeing that Wang Zizhong was able to stand there and chat with Fiery Bird, Consecrator Wang's mind immediately became active. His expression was also somewhat excited. He squeezed out a fawning smile on his face and quickly walked forward. Holding a small piece of spirit stone in his hand, he walked in front of Fiery Bird and said to Fiery Bird, "Senior Fiery Bird, I am also a member of the Wong family. This is also a show of respect to you. Our Wong family greatly welcomes you." Fiery Bird received the compliments and fawning of the two and could not help but raise its head high. Its arrogant attitude made Xiao Man feel somewhat irritated. Just as Fiery Bird was being arrogant and careless, a net woven from golden silk instantly enveloped him. Furthermore, this golden silk net was still flickering with light. Clearly, someone had engraved a formation on it. In the blink of an eye, Fiery Bird was enveloped by the golden silk net. He could only flutter continuously in the golden silk net, struggling to fly out. His eyes were filled with anger. However, no matter how much he struggled, even if he lost a lot of his fur and blood, he was unable to break free from this golden silk net. Consecrator Wong, who had made a move, held the golden silk net in one hand and tightly held the net's exit with the other. He could not help but laugh loudly. His expression was proud and complacent. He was a complete villain. He laughed coldly and looked at Fiery Bird with a mocking gaze. He said sarcastically, "You are just a mere demonic beast and you want to fight with me? What a joke. This time you know your mistake. You have fallen into my hands, and you still want to walk out? Let me tell you, don't even think about it." Consecrator Wong was extremely excited. One had to know that with Fiery Bird as a martial ancestor, he would be able to enjoy the highest level of status and treatment in the future. If he was lucky enough to subdue Fiery Bird, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in Wyong City. He would no longer need to look at the eyes of those large family clans. Consecrator Wong, not bad, not bad. Good method, good method. I am ashamed of my inferiority. When Wang Zizhong saw that Consecrator Wang had succeeded, he immediately had other ideas in his mind. He looked at Consecrator Wang's complacent expression and secretly despised him. However, he revealed a smile on his face and said, "Consecrator Wang, you see, Fiery Bird has also been captured by you. Shouldn't you hand Fiery Bird over to me?" Chapter 171. Hearing Wang Zizhong's voice, Consecrator Wang's face turned ugly and gloomy. He had risked his life to obtain the item, and Wang Zizhong wanted to take it away from him. How could there be such a good thing in the world? However, the person in front of him was an outstanding disciple of the Wang clan. He was just a consecrator of the Wang clan and could not afford to offend him. He could only smile and say, "Calm down, calm down." He wanted to stall for time and think of other ways. Who wouldn't be moved by a martial ancestor realm pet? If word got out, the two great clans would go to war and wash the Jianghu with blood. The more he could not obtain it, the more anxious Wang Zizhong became. The smile on his face disappeared and he revealed a fierce look. He said sternly, "Consecrator Wang, you are just a consecrator of the Wang clan, but you are also a member of the Wang clan. Do you want to keep the item that we obtained together? Ask my Wang clan head and Elder Zhang if they agree. In short, hand Flamingo over to me now. Otherwise, I will report to the clan and you will not get any benefits. On the contrary, if you are tactful now, I will naturally not forget to give you benefits." Wang Zizhong had already torn off his hypocritical mask. After all, the Fiery Bird of a Wu Zong was too attractive. Even if he was asked to kill the consecrators of the Wang family, he would be very willing. In the face of absolute benefits to people like them, everything was possible to betray. Consecrator Wang knew that the other party would be like this. He snorted coldly in his heart and wondered if he should kill Wang Zizhong and then leave with Flamingo. However, he quickly gave up. Thinking of the power of the Wang clan, he did not dare to have any thoughts of rebellion. After all, his soul blood was left in the Wang clan. He endured and forced a smile, saying, "Young Master Wang, what are you saying? I will definitely hand it over to you. Are you afraid that I will run away? My soul blood is in the Wang clan. Besides, you think highly of me. If I don't hand it to you, who else can I hand it to? However, this is not the important thing now. We have to deal with this servant girl and her master, right? Their purpose in coming here was to find Xiaoyang for revenge. They wanted to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. However, Xiaoyang was not here. They only wanted to find this maidservant to vent their anger. Now that fiery bird had been captured, what else could a lowly servant girl rely on? To them, capturing her was just a matter of reaching out their hands. When Wang Zizhong heard Consecrator Wang say this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He also knew that this matter could not be rushed. He also remembered his purpose for coming here. Just now, because of the matter with Fiery Bird, they had almost fallen out with each other. They had also almost forgotten their purpose for coming here. Thinking about it, it was quite embarrassing. Little girl, let's see who can save you now, hee. Wang Zizhong's gaze shifted to Xiao Man's body, and his face once again revealed a dirty smile. His gaze was lustful. The more he looked at Xiao Man's appearance, the more he felt that she was beautiful enough to attract people, especially that delicate and pretty temperament. It was like a mesmerizing fragrance that made people intoxicated and infatuated. This time, it could be said that he had reaped a great harvest. Not only had he obtained the delicate and pretty girl Xiao Man, but he had also obtained the martial ancestor Fiery Bird. Ha! Thinking of this, he could not help but laugh out loud. His entire person was extremely excited. He reached out with one hand and grabbed towards Xiao Man. Xiao Man was extremely frightened, and her face was pale. Now that she did not have Fiery Bird's help, she was simply not Wang Zizhong's opponent. As she cried out in alarm, she was immediately caught in Wang Zizhong's hands. The surrounding crowd could not help but sigh and sympathize with Xiao Man. They sympathized with Xiao Man and lamented that Fiery Bird had been careless and had actually been schemed against by Consecrated Wang. They were afraid that in the future they would not be able to avoid suffering. Even if they did not suffer in the future, they would become the Wang family's slave and accomplice. They all felt their hearts ache. Ha! Wang Zizhong grabbed the beauty with one hand and received Fiery Bird from Consecrated Wang with the other. He felt that this life was so perfect and blissful that he could not help but let out a hearty laugh. Beauty, what's so good about you following that stinking brat from before? In the future, follow me. I am a member of the Wang family. Compared to your previous master, I am much more noble. Furthermore, with my cultivation, I can completely hang him up and beat him. As long as you are a rational person, you will know what to choose. You won't refuse me, right? He looked at Xiao Man frivolously. His heroic spirit reached the clouds, and he had a card up his sleeve. He was full of confidence in himself. Rogue, let go of me. Young master, woo! After struggling for a while, Xiao Man could not break free from Wang Zizhong's hand and could not help but cry. Let's go. Wang Zizhong waved his hand and walked out of the inn with a full harvest. The way he held his head high and puffed out his chest made people feel disgusted. What was there to be proud of? His subordinates, as well as the Wang family's consecrator, followed him out of the inn. He felt that all of this was worth it. Just as they walked out of the inn, a white-clothed youth stood in front of them. It was the person they were looking for, Xiaoyang. Put the person and the bird down. Xiaoyang looked at them indifferently. His expression was calm, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Not long ago, he had infiltrated the Wang family and killed one of their 5 geniuses, Wang Zilai. Wang Zilai was a powerful 9th-level martial master, while Wang Zizhong was only a 2nd-level martial master. Yet he dared to be so arrogant here. He was simply courting death. He had long predicted that Wang Zizhong would return to cause trouble, so he had deliberately left Fiery Bird to look after Xiao Man. He did not expect that they would succeed. Oh, it's you, kid. You came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Today, let's settle our old and new grudges together. Wang Zizhong was now complacent. He held Xiao Man in one hand and Fiery Bird in the other, looking like a victor. This time, Things had gone too smoothly for him. Everything had gone smoothly for him, so it had increased his arrogance. The current him did not care about Xiaoyang at all. He thought that Xiaoyang was at most a little stronger than him. The reason why Xiaoyang was so strong was because of Fiery Bird's help. Now that Fiery Bird was in his hands, what else did Xiaoyang have to rely on? What was there to be rampant and arrogant about? One had to know that Wang Zizhong still had an 8th-level martial master by his side. Although the Wang family's consecrator was not a martial ancestor, he was not far from it. It was more than enough to deal with a mere Xiaoyang. Brett, kneel down. Wang Zizhong was now complacent and full of confidence. He immediately shouted at Xiaoyang, his tone unquestionable. HM? Not kneeling? Wang Zizhong glanced at Xiaoyang. When he saw that Xiaoyang did not kneel, he became even angrier. He snorted coldly and increased the strength of the hand holding Xiaoman's tender neck. Chapter 172. Suddenly, Xiaoman began to struggle in pain. Her eyes rolled back and her eyes were clenched. This was her desire to live. She was about to suffocate and couldn't breathe. She didn't know if she was going to die. She was also very afraid that she would never see Xiaoyang again. Young master, Xiaoman's weak voice came out. Her struggling hands were getting weaker and weaker. It was as if she would lose her precious life if she continued to struggle. In fact, she was not afraid of death. She was afraid that she would not be able to accompany Xiaoyang in the future. Although she had never said it, only she knew how much she liked him. Are you going to kneel? Wang Zizhong roared at Xiaoyang again, his face revealing a ruthless expression. He didn't let go of Xiaoman's neck because of this. Although he was a little infatuated with Xiaoman's appearance and temperament, it was obvious that he liked defeating Xiaoyang. As long as Xiaoyang submitted to him, his heart would be greatly satisfied. Very good, very good. Xiaoyang was incomparably angry. He had just killed Wang Zilai, a genius of the Wang family. He did not want to kill again, but Wang Zizhong had touched his reverse scale again. He could no longer tolerate it. The dignity of a martial arts grandmaster cannot be insulted. He said coolly. He lifted his hand and tapped out. It was as if he had touched the laws of nature, and a hole was instantly pierced through Wang Zizhong's chest. Blood flowed out from the hole. How is this possible? Wang Zizhong looked at the hole in his chest in a daze. He felt an intense fear and panic. His face was pale. He felt that his body was not under his control at this moment. He wanted to make a final effort to kill Xiaoman and perish together with Xiaoyang. However, he could not raise his hand at all. Even his legs were weak, as if he had been poisoned. His body was weak, and his cultivation was slowly slipping away. His head was a little dizzy, and his eyelids were very heavy. It was as if he was about to close them. Wang Zizhong knew that he was definitely done for. God, he was extremely regretful at this moment. What kind of terrifying existence did he provoke? The other party could kill him with a raise of his hand. It was simply too terrifying. He clearly remembered that Xiaoyang's finger attack was extremely ordinary, very ordinary, very ordinary. But why did it possess such power? When he first saw Xiaoyang raise his hand, he even wanted to mock him. Indeed, Xiaoyang's movements were too ordinary, without the slightest bit of cultivation power. It was only at this moment that he realized that the other party had already reached the stage of returning to his original state. You're actually a martial ancestor? Wang Zizhong hadn't completely fainted yet. He was still forcefully holding on. At this moment, he heard Consecrator Wang's shocked voice, which almost scared him to death. He was only a level 2 martial master, so he couldn't see through Xiaoyang's cultivation. However, Consecrator Wang was a level 8 martial master, so he definitely knew more than him. If he said that the other party was a martial ancestor, then it was most likely true. Otherwise, how could the other party's finger be so terrifying? While Wang Zizhong was shocked, he couldn't help but sigh in regret. His face was full of melancholy, and then he slowly closed his eyes, completely unconscious from the poison attack. If he had known that Xiaoyang was a martial ancestor, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have gone against Xiaoyang. Plop! Consecrator Wang didn't even think about it, and immediately knelt on the ground, his face full of vexation and regret. He should have known that a person who could have a martial ancestor pet, how weak could his cultivation be? Senior, please spare my life. I didn't mean to offend you. I was only following orders. Please spare me this time. In the future, when I see Senior, I will avoid you. Consecrator Wang begged for mercy in fear and trepidation. His heart was terrified to the extreme. One had to know that as a martial ancestor, he had some privileges. Even if he killed someone, he would be exempted from punishment. This was because the people of the two great clans wouldn't easily offend a martial ancestor. A martial ancestor, this kind of powerful figure, was really terrifying. If he were to hide and specially target your clansmen, then your clan would be finished. Xiaoyang's gaze fell on the rest of the Wang clan's followers. The Wang clan's followers had never seen such a terrifying gaze, and had also never felt such a terrifying power. Seeing that the consecrated Wang had knelt, they didn't hesitate and knelt on the ground, begging Xiaoyang for mercy. Young master, young master. After Xiao Man broke free from Wang Zizhong's control, he immediately ran toward Xiaoyang and threw himself into Xiaoyang's arms, crying until his eyes were blurred. Young master, I thought I would never see you again. Xiao Man's heart was still filled with lingering fear. It's okay, it's okay. Xiaoyang couldn't help but comfort him softly. With the Wang clan's consecrator submission, the golden silkworm net was also opened. The flamingo flew out and quickly reached Xiaoyang's side, landing on Xiaoyang's shoulder. Its eyes were also filled with grievances. It sent out a divine thought and complained to Xiaoyang. You humans are really too despicable. You actually launched a sneak attack and even used a magic weapon. Too scary, too scary. Although the flamingo's cultivation was very high, in reality it was just like a child. Its intelligence had not fully matured. So Xiaoyang understood that it had been deceived. Relatively speaking, a human's heart was quite vicious and also quite complicated. Xiaoyang had no choice but to comfort it. He originally wanted to reprimand it a few words. After all, a martial ancestor couldn't even protect a person. However, thinking that the other party's demonic beast was only a few years old, he let it go. After all, it wasn't a bad thing to learn a lesson. Since you have been wronged, then I'll leave them to you to deal with. Xiaoyang said indifferently. Really? That's great. Thank you, young master. Xiao Man was very happy and very excited. Her little face was filled with excitement. She originally thought that this time she would be reprimanded by Xiaoyang. However, she didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so tolerant. He didn't reprimand her and instead left the captives to her to deal with. This made her very happy. Previously, she had suffered a lot at their hands. This time, she could finally hold her head high. Everyone's moment of glory was actually the moment when they were humiliated and then slapped in the face. The flamingo also flapped its wings and flew around Xiaoyang. Obviously, it was also very excited. Previously, it had been schemed against and fell for the Wang family consecrator's plot and sneak attack. It was gloomy in its heart. Now, it was worried about an opportunity to take revenge. This opportunity that Xiaoyang had given it was the best opportunity. It couldn't be happier. After flying 2 rounds around Xiaoyang, the flamingo immediately flew towards the Wang family consecrator. It landed on his head and pooped a pile of feces. This pile of feces was quite smelly. Chapter 173. To the Wang family consecrator. This was a humiliation of humiliation. His eyes were red as he glared fiercely at Fiery Bird. His face was filled with anger. No matter what, he was still a rank 8 martial master and had his own dignity. This Fiery Bird actually dared to shit on his head, and it was so open and above board. This made him extremely angry. One had to know that the other party was only a bird. On this cultivation continent, humans were respected, and only humans had the right to take in pets. Since when did a bird have such great qualifications? Especially after Flamingo finished defecating, it purposely circled around the Wong family consecrator with a smug look. This made the Wong family consecrator so angry that he almost vomited blood. Look at that bastard, it actually had its back facing the Wong family consecrator. It raised the birds, but that it had just defecated on, and pointed it in front of the Wong family consecrator. Then it pooped a little more. This meant that this bird had just defecated on your head. Why aren't you angry? Come on, hit me. Its provocative behavior made the Wong family consecrator clench his fists tightly. He wished that he could perish together with this damn bird. However, when he saw Xiao Yang's dignified gaze, he immediately restrained his anger that was about to explode and slowly calmed down. Other than the young martial great master Xiao Yang, this damn bird was also a martial great master. There were a total of 2 martial great masters. Thinking about it, the Wong family consecrator felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had endured it. Otherwise, he would have been attacked by 2 martial great masters. Even if there were 100 of him, he would only be reduced to ashes. Since when did Martial Yang City have such a prodigy? It seemed that Xiao Yang was not very old. He was about the same age as the Wong family's 5 great prodigies. Even the Wong family's 5 great prodigies were at most a level 9 martial master. This kid was good. He was directly a martial great master. If he did not have the support of a large family behind him, it was absolutely impossible. The more the Wong family consecrator thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Only those reclusive ancient families would equip their young disciples with a martial arts grandmaster pet. A small place like Martial Yang City could not even afford one. He felt that he should surrender to Xiao Yang. As long as he fawned on him, he would definitely benefit. Even if the other party did not like him, he still had the Wong family behind him. After all, this was the Wong family's territory. He believed that the other party knew that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Senior, I am a consecrator of the Wong clan. It is my honor to meet you. As long as you have any orders, I will do it for you. Even if I can't do it, I believe that the Wong clan will do its best to cooperate with you. Please give me and the Wong clan a chance. We will not let you down. The Wong family great master spoke sincerely to Xiao Yang. As for the humiliation that Fiery Bird had given him, he chose to forget about it. Fiery Bird had originally wanted to provoke the other party into making a move so that it could find a reason to ruthlessly teach him a lesson. However, seeing that the other party had actually endured it, Fiery Bird felt a sense of disbelief. Didn't a big shot like the Wong family great master care about his image and reputation? How could he not be angry after being treated like this? Fiery Bird felt that the other party was simply provoking it by not being angry. It could not tolerate it any longer. It raised its wings and directly slapped the Wong family great master. Old fart, Lord Bird's matter is not over yet, and you're already thinking of surrendering? Do you think that by doing this, you can avoid punishment? Ridiculous. Fiery Bird sent out a divine thought. Originally, it was disdainful to speak to such a lowly person. However, who asked it to be so angry? If Xiao Yang had not saved the situation in time, Fiery Bird might have become a roasted bird. Of course, this kind of hatred could not be dismissed. The Wong family great master felt extremely wronged and hurriedly kowtowed to Fiery Bird, apologizing. Senior Bird, I have offended you before. It's all my fault. I am willing to accept any punishment. In addition, I have something here to compensate you. He took out the spirit stones from his body. Then with a wave of his hand, he activated his cultivation and also took out the spirit stones from Wang Zizhong's body and handed them over to Fiery Bird. He knew that Fiery Bird liked spirit stones. Otherwise, his previous scheme would not have succeeded so easily. Sure enough, when the flamingo saw the spirit stones again, its eyes seemed to shine. It opened its mouth and released a suction force. In an instant, it swallowed the 3 spirit stones and even burped. This caused Fiery Bird's temper to dissipate. However, he still did not give up easily. He snorted, "Slap yourself 10 times. I'm afraid of dirtying my wings." The Wang family, great master, did not dare to refuse. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and slapped his own cheeks. He knew that the other party was a martial arts grandmaster expert. Submitting to an expert was not shameful. On the contrary, if he did not do so, then when the other party attacked, he would at least lose half his life. Look at Wang Zizhong. Even after taking a blow from Xiaoyang, he was already half dead. A martial arts grandmaster was terrifying. Pa, pa, pa. The sound of the slaps reverberated. These humiliating slaps were quickly completed. Senior Bird, thank you for being magnanimous and not bickering with me. In the future, if you have any instructions, you can find me. I will do my best. The Wang family great master said fawningly, "Boring, extremely boring." Fiery Bird suddenly felt that it was very boring. The other party was already so cowardly. If he continued to bully him, it would be too boring. He flapped his wings and slowly walked back to Xiaoyang's side. Then he flew and landed on Xiaoyang's shoulder. He did not intend to bicker with the Wang family great master. Xiao Man circled Wang Zizhong twice, thinking of ways to deal with him. Previously, she had been humiliated by Wang Zizhong. Of course, she had to take revenge and vent the resentment in her heart. After kicking him twice, he did not even have the slightest reaction. This made Xiao Man very bored. She could not help but glare at a Wang family great master at the side and snorted, "Go, find some water and splash him awake." The Wang family great master did not dare to disobey. He hurriedly went to find some water. His heart was filled with fear because he knew that the water he found was to be splashed on Wang Zizhong. If Wang Zizhong knew, his little life would be over. However, he had no choice. If he did not do so, he would probably die at the hands of this woman. Even the high and mighty great master of the Wang family was so cowardly. "Water, the water is here." The great master of the Wang family, great master, said apprehensively. His face was deathly pale. He held the basin with both hands and respectfully handed it to Xiao Man. No matter what, he did not dare to splash water on Wang Zizhong in front of so many people. After all, he was just a lackey. If Wang Zizhong held a grudge against him, he would definitely not live past tomorrow. Chapter 174. Fortunately, Xiao Man took the basin from his hands. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that she didn't want him to splash the water himself. Xiao Man wanted to splash the water herself, of course, to vent her anger. Her hands exerted force, and the water in the basin fell onto Wang Zizhong's face with a splash. A lot of water directly went into Wang Zizhong's nose, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Under the pain, he slowly woke up. When he opened his hazy eyes, he saw Xiao Man with one hand on her waist and the other holding the basin. His heart trembled again, and he quickly remembered what happened just now. His face was pale, and his lips trembled as he said, "Heroine, I've offended you before. It's all my fault. Please forgive me." He had no choice but to beg for mercy. He had just walked through the gates of hell, and if he delayed any longer, his injuries would drag him down to his death. When he thought of Xiaoyang's terror, his heart trembled. At this time, he didn't dare to be arrogant at all. When he first saw Xiaoyang, he was so arrogant, as if he wanted to kill Xiaoyang. Now he was even more obedient than a grandson. He was like a piece of meat on the chopping board. He could be slaughtered however he wanted, and he didn't even dare to think of resisting. It could be seen how terrified he was. The majesty of a martial arts great master was too intimidating. Xiaoyang's raised finger had almost become a shadow that he couldn't get rid of. It would probably follow him for the rest of his life. You forgive me just because you said so? When you bullied me before, did you forgive me? When you wanted to kill me, Did you think that you would end up like this?" Xiao Man was very angry and slapped him. Not long ago, she had a feeling that she was about to die. That feeling was really terrifying. She wanted to experience it again in her life. The other party really wanted to kill her. He was too vicious and cruel. She didn't have any deep grudges with him. For someone like him who treated human lives like grass, coupled with his status, power, and cultivation, who knew how many people he had killed. Killing him was simply getting rid of evil for the people. "Great Aunt, I really know I was wrong. No matter what the punishment is, I will accept it. Can you just let me go this once? I beg you, I will kowtow to you." Wang Zizhong revealed a pitiful expression. He looked at Xiao Man and then at Xiaoyang, hoping that they would relent. However, they remained indifferent. When Wang Zizhong wanted to kill Xiao Man to threaten him, he had already given him the death penalty. Since he had already killed one of the Wang clan's geniuses, Wang Zilai, he did not mind killing a member of the Wang clan. "Kill him," Xiaoyang said faintly. His face was expressionless. He did not have a good impression of someone like Wang Zizhong. Although Xiao Man had a fiery temper and wanted to tear Wang Zizhong apart, when she heard Xiaoyang's order, she was still shocked. She even hesitated. She looked at Xiaoyang and asked carefully, "Young master, are you really going to kill him?" She couldn't bear to do it. "That's not good," Xiao Man said in a low voice. Today was the first day they entered Martial Yang City. If they killed a young member of the Wang clan directly, the Wang clan would definitely not let it go. When the Wang clan pursues, wouldn't it cause trouble for Xiaoyang? Xiao Man would rather suffer a little than continue to cause trouble for Xiaoyang. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Senior, I can give you money, many pills, many spirit stones, medicinal herbs, cultivation methods. I can give you anything as long as you let me go." When Wang Zizhong heard that he was going to be killed, his face turned pale. He even cried out loud. His eyes were wet and he knelt down. When he reached Xiaoyang's feet, he hugged Xiaoyang's feet with both hands, hoping that Xiaoyang would let him go. Seeing Xiaoyang's indifference, he couldn't help but look at the Wang family's consecrator and said, "Consecrator Wang, help me say a few words." The Wang clan's master was silent and did not say a word. He was eager to draw a line with Wang Zizhong. How could he help him? Didn't he see that the two martial grandmasters were standing there? Even if the Wang clan wanted to cause trouble, they had to think twice. Seeing that no one said anything, Wang Zizhong despaired. His face was ashen and his heart was disheartened. Xiaoyang did not think too much. He slowly raised his hand and condensed his cultivation into his finger. As long as his finger fell, Wang Zizhong would die. To deal with a mere second-stage martial master, he did not need to use any extra moves. Just as he was about to kill, a delicate figure appeared in front of him. Her voice was anxious as she said, "You can't kill him. If you kill him, you'll be finished." The person who came was Lan Jiaoye. This person was the seventh young miss of the Lan clan. Xiao Man also recognized her. After all, they had met at the Happy Arrival Inn. She was now standing between Xiaoyang and Wang Zizhong. She looked as if she would risk her life to protect Wang Zizhong. Xiaoyang could not help but frown. He was not afraid of trouble, nor was he afraid of the Wang clan's revenge. However, he was a sentimental person. His mother was a member of the Lan clan. This Lan Jiaoye was most likely his cousin. Therefore, he still had some misgivings. Seeing that Xiaoyang hesitated, Lan Jiaoye hurriedly explained, "You're giving me face. I owe you a favor. What do you think?" Xiao Man was, after all, a pure and kind girl. In fact, she could not bear to see such a tragic death happen. She immediately advised Xiaoyang, "Young master, I think, let's forget about this matter. After all, I didn't suffer any losses." Seeing that the two of them were pleading for Wang Zizhong, Xiaoyang did not persist. He coldly snorted and said, "I'll spare your life. However, you can't escape punishment. I'll teach you a lesson." He lifted his finger and once again dropped it. Lan Jiaoye did not have time to use her cultivation to block it. Wang Zizhong did not even have time to react. A new hole appeared on his chest. This caused Wang Zizhong to howl in grief. His face was pale. Soon, he fainted under the intense pain. Xiaoyang did not kill him. He only crippled his cultivation and even left poison in his body. His life was over. This was the consequence of offending him. One must know that if he did not return in time, Xiao Man and Fiery Bird would have suffered terrible injuries. How could he tolerate this? Dragons have reverse scales. Those who touch them will die. These two were also Xiao Yang's reverse scales. Lan Jia looked at Wang Zizhong's miserable state and could not help but frown. She helplessly glanced at Xiaoyang. Chapter 175. She grumbled. You, why won't you listen? Miss, who are you? Why do you keep following me around? Could it be that you want to shut your mouth forever? Xiaoyang unhappily glanced at Lan Jia. He felt that she was too much of a hindrance. She always appeared in front of him, like a housefly, so noisy. Lan Jia was a bit anxious. She hadn't investigated Xiaoyang's identity yet, so she couldn't refute Xiaoyang. To be honest, she and Xiaoyang had only met once at the Happy Arrival Inn. They couldn't even be considered as ordinary friends, so she really didn't have any reason to interfere. She couldn't help but snort with a red face. Even though she knew she went overboard, she didn't reveal her guilty conscience. She held onto her face and said, "I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. The enemy of your enemy is your friend." Lan Jia felt that Xiaoyang could become a friend of the Lan clan, so she wanted to protect him. "Wang clan, what are you waiting for? Get lost." Xiaoyang was too lazy to pay attention to Lan Jiaoya's unreasonable tantrum. He shouted at the Wang clan's elder, Wang Zizhong, and the others. Very quickly, the Wang clan's elder hurriedly took Wang Zizhong and the others away. "Xiao Man, let's go." He ignored Lan Jiaoya and called out to Xiao Man. He then brought Xiao Man to the inn. This made Lan Jiaoya very angry. Not to mention her beauty and temperament, not to mention her status, just her appearance alone. As long as she casually stood there, she would be the center of attention and there would be many pursuers. This Xiaoyang was too much. He even annoyed her to follow him. How preposterous! This also made Lan Jiaoya's self-esteem take a hit. She, a reserved and noble girl, had already lowered herself to get acquainted with you. You actually didn't want the face I gave you. Who do you think you are? Humph! Lan Jiaoya snorted coldly. Her face was as cold as ice. She ignored Xiaoyang and purposely walked quickly. She walked past Xiaoyang with an angry expression. "Young master, did you make her angry?" Xiao Man whispered to Xiaoyang. Lan Jiaoya's ears were sharp. After hearing these words, she harumphed coldly. However, her hurried footsteps slowed down. She wanted to let Xiaoyang know that she was very angry right now and that he had better comfort her. Otherwise, she would continue to be angry. "We don't know each other, so there's no need to bother," Xiaoyang said indifferently, as if he didn't care about Lan Jiaoya at all. This made Lan Jiaoya even angrier. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. She cared about him so much, but he actually looked down on her. Bang! Lan Jiaoya suddenly walked into the room and slammed the door shut. She was really too angry. It would have been better if Xiaoyang didn't explain. Xiao Man didn't dare to say anything, because she was afraid that Xiaoyang would say something even more infuriating. Actually, her original intention was to hope that Xiaoyang would admit his mistake and comfort her. After all, she was the Lan clan's 7th young lady. It sounded like she had a lot of status and background. If she got to know him, even if the Wang clan wanted to cause trouble, they would have to think twice. Forget it! She didn't know what this young master was thinking. Xiao Man felt a headache coming on. Humph, this damned blockhead. Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. You dare to make this young lady unhappy. After returning to the room, Lan Jiaoya was still angry. She was still brooding over Xiaoyang's indifferent attitude. She grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth and was spoiled her whole life. When had she ever suffered such grievances? Of course, her resentment toward Xiaoyang was huge. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a jade slip flew in from outside the window. Lan Jiaya's eyes couldn't help but light up. She recognized that this was the clan's exclusive communication jade slip. Presumably, there was good news coming. She opened the jade slip and was immediately attracted by the contents. After reading for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she put down the jade slip. She suddenly realized that she knew everything about Xiaoyang. "So it's you, Donglin Town's cousin Xiaoyang. I was wondering who it was. When I saw you, I felt a familiar scent." Lan Jia couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. It was as if she had discovered a new continent and satisfied the curiosity in her heart. This cousin is really something. He actually pretended not to know this young lady. This young lady will remember this. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with you. Lan Jia harumphed as she thought. After all, if Xiaoyang wanted to go to the Lan clan to visit Lan Xingming, there would be a lot of difficulties. One after another he would need to break through. As long as she casually said something, these obstacles would become even more difficult. Why would she worry about not having a chance to deal with Xiaoyang? After lying on the bed, Lan Jia couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She tossed and turned for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, but she still couldn't fall asleep. She simply got up. Since she already knew Xiaoyang's identity and that he was her cousin, then she had to think for him. Xiaoyang had abolished Wang Zizhong, so the Wang clan would definitely not let this matter go. This was not the main point. The main point was why Xiaoyang had infiltrated the Wang clan and alarmed the entire Wang clan. Thinking about it again, the jade slip said that a month ago, Xiao Wangu from the Xiao family of Donglin Town appeared in Marshallyang City. He had a conflict with one of the Wang clan's 5 heavenly prides, Wang Zilai. The two fought, and Xiao Wangu was poisoned and forced to retreat. If this was the case, then did this Xiaoyang come to avenge his father? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. Lan Jiaoye couldn't sit still anymore. She directly flew out of the window and landed on the roof of the pleasant arrival inn. She looked around and saw that there were movements in the distance. It was the Wang clan's fan-shaped formation that was searching this area. They were creating a huge commotion. What happened? Why is the Wang clan making such a big fuss? Lan Jiaoye was even more curious. She couldn't help but use her cultivation to get closer to them. She heard a few members of the Wang clan who were searching shout, "Is there anyone? What's the situation?" "No, this damned murder. We don't even know where he hid." A member of the Wang clan replied and complained. "It would be strange if it was easy to find him. He is a martial ancestor expert. Otherwise, how could he kill one of the 5 heavenly prides, young Master Wang Zilai?" Another member of the Wang clan said angrily. Lan Jia, who was listening in the distance, couldn't help but be shocked. Her expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly covered her small mouth with her slender, jade-like hands. Her face was full of shock. Then she slowly retreated to a deserted place and immediately headed towards the pleasant arrival inn. Her heart was still in shock. This cousin was too amazing. He actually killed Wang Zilai. One had to know that Wang Zilai was at least a 9th stage martial master expert. Even Xiao Wangu wasn't his opponent. It could be seen that this cousin was definitely here for revenge. Chapter 176. No wonder Xiao Yang's expression didn't change at all when he wanted to kill Wang Zizhong. It must be that in her cousin's eyes, Wang Zizhong was incomparable to Wang Zilai. If he could kill Wang Zilai, why would he care about Wang Zizhong, who was even more useless? If he killed him, then so be it. It wasn't a big deal. What shocked her even more was that Xiao Yang's cultivation was actually at the martial ancestor realm. Heavens, his cultivation was comparable to that of the family elders. At such a young age, he already had such a terrifying cultivation. How did he do it? Even she, who was rich in cultivation resources, couldn't reach this level of cultivation, let alone Donglan town, which lacked cultivation resources. This was too inconceivable. For a moment, Lan Jiaye thought about many things. Xiao Yang must have fallen out with the Wang family. They were like fire and water. If the Wang family found him, they would definitely fight to the death. Cousin is related to the Lan family after all. Moreover, what he does is beneficial to the Lan family. I can't just watch him fight alone, right? Lan Jiaye thought. After pondering for a while, she sent out another communication jade slip. This communication jade slip had a simple order written on it. As the seventh young mistress of the Lan family, she had quite a lot of power. As soon as she gave the order, the aura of a martial arts grandmaster immediately appeared in the northeast direction of Martial Yang City. He even caused a commotion there. Several members of the Wang family were injured. Then, the martial arts grandmaster quickly left Martial Yang City and moved in the direction of the demonic beast forest. Taking advantage of the fact that the members of the Wang family had lost track of him, the martial arts grandmaster from the Lan family took a big detour and entered the city from another direction. The reason he did this was very simple. He wanted to attract the Wang family's attention. He did it. According to the Wang family's original plan, they were going to search the entire Wuyang city. However, after the martial ancestor realm expert appeared, they immediately changed their plans and chased after him. After receiving the information, Lan Jiaye couldn't help but smile. She was satisfied. At least for now, Xiao Yang's cousin was safe. Dong dong dong. She came to Xiao Yang's door and knocked 3 times. 1 long and 2 short. After waiting for a while, no one came to guard the door, which made her a little annoyed. No matter what, I've helped you once. Even if you don't give face to the monk, you should at least give face to the Buddha. Why don't you even open the door? You still remember the anger from before. Lan Jiaye thought angrily. If she didn't walk into this room today, if she didn't see Xiao Yang, she wouldn't be satisfied. He knocked on the door again, this time with extra force, as if he wanted to vent his anger on the door. Not long after, Xiao Yang's voice came from the room. It's the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone. I don't want to hurt your reputation. Please go back. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Lan Jiaye angrily shouted at the door. Xiao Yang, where are you pretending to be? Don't think that I don't know what you've done. If I report you, you'll be killed in minutes. Only 3 people knew that Xiao Yang killed Wang Zilai. 1 was dead, 1 was Xiao Yang, and the last one was Lan Jiaye. She only guessed and confirmed the answer herself. She wanted to threaten Xiao Yang to open the door. She wanted to see if Xiao Yang would open the door or not. She wanted to see who would be more strong-willed. Lan Jiaye knew that if he wanted to silence her, he would have killed her already. How could he let her come back? He must have thought of her identity and couldn't bear to kill her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel proud. She could see that Xiao Yang still valued friendship. When she had a conflict with Wang Zizhong, if it wasn't for Wang Zizhong revealing her name, Xiao Yang probably wouldn't have helped her. After all, the first meeting between them wasn't a pleasant one. She was like a nouveau riche who wanted to use money to knock out Xiao Yang's cousin. Facing such an unruly and willful girl, he would have hated her. This Xiao Yang must have forgiven her for the sake of his relatives and helped her. Lan Jiaye couldn't help but feel moved. Xiao Yang, if you don't open the door, then don't think of seeing Aunt Xingmeng again. Lan Jiaye had no other choice but to use her trump card. Sure enough, after saying this, the door opened. In the middle of the door stood Xiao Yang. After seeing this, Lan Jiaye's eyes couldn't help but light up. Her face was filled with joy. If Xiao Yang opened the door, then it meant that she won. She was especially happy. She didn't care if Xiao Yang agreed or not and directly rushed through the door. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang used a finger to point between her eyebrows. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't pounce on him. Cousin, seeing that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get in, Lan Jiaoye couldn't help but feel anxious. She immediately stopped and angrily looked at Xiaoyang while angrily shouting. Then she saw that Xiaoyang was stunned. Taking advantage of the moment when he was stunned, her eyes instantly turned left and right, revealing a crafty look. Then she immediately found an opening and went in. After entering the room, she couldn't help but laugh. This was the smile of a victor. This Xiaoyang didn't want her to come in, but she still came in. This was worthy of her happiness. Just like before, when Xiaoyang refused to open the door, in the end he still opened the door. This could be considered a compromise, and she felt satisfied. In both times, Xiaoyang was somewhat unwilling. However, in the end, he still had to do it and submit to Lan Jiaoye. Therefore, Lan Jiaoye felt a sense of accomplishment and praised herself for being smart. One must know that she made the other party submit to a martial ancestor. Cousin. Lan Jiaoye glanced at the room and saw that the furniture and decorations were similar to her own. She couldn't help but curl her lips. There wasn't much to look at. She then called out to Xiaoyang as a form of greeting. Before knowing Xiaoyang's identity, both sides could be said to be strangers. However, now that they knew each other's identity, they naturally had to be honest with each other. Xiaoyang didn't think much of it. The other party was the 7th young miss of the Lan clan. If she wanted to find out information, it would naturally be easy. "You've investigated me?" Xiaoyang asked. He didn't need to think to know the result. Ha ha ha! Lan Jiaoye was very happy and also very cute. She made a funny face at Xiaoyang. "Who told you not to tell me who you are? I can only work hard on my own," Lan Jiaoye said as a matter of course. In fact, she felt a little guilty. As a martial ancestor expert, she had her own dignity and privacy. If others dared to intrude and investigate her, it would provoke the other party's displeasure, which could lead to conflict. Chapter 177. Xiaoyang really didn't know what to do with her. He couldn't help but smile helplessly, then turned around and walked to a chair to sit down. He calmly looked at Lan Jiaoye and asked, "Tell me, why are you looking for me? You should know a rational person would choose to stay away instead of getting involved." After all, he was the one who killed Wang Zilai from the Wang clan. He was a genius and the pride of the Wang clan. The Wang clan wouldn't let this go. At this time, Lan Jiaoye should be playing dumb. How could she get involved? Was she not afraid of causing trouble for herself? Lan Jiaoye chuckled, looking very proud. She raised her little head and proudly said, "If I didn't investigate, how would I know that you're a martial arts great master and also my cousin? Looking for you, of course, is to greet you. Unlike someone else, who pretended not to know his cousin when he saw her. How sad. Am I your cousin that ugly? Why do you dislike me so much?" Her face was filled with hidden bitterness, which made Xiaoyang speechless. She spoke as if he was the one who bullied her, but in fact he was thinking for her sake. One had to know that if the Wang clan thought that Lan Jiaoye had interfered, they would definitely declare war on the Lan clan. At that time, the two clans would go to war. Not only would the Lan clan suffer heavy losses, but the commoners of martial Yang City would also be affected. Xiaoyang was only doing it for personal revenge. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. "All right, you've said hello and seen each other. It's already the middle of the night. You can go back." Xiaoyang didn't think too much about it. Lan Jiaoye could do whatever she wanted. After all, this wasn't something he could make the decision for. "No, I don't want to go back. What if the Wang clan comes looking for trouble? It's safer for me to stay here. At least I have a martial, great master cousin here." Lan Jiaoye pouted and retorted. She had a shameless look and insisted on staying here. Her reasoning was really irrefutable. Actually, she wasn't afraid of the Wang family finding fault with her. She was just curious as to how Xiaoyang's cousin had reached Wuzong at such a young age. She also wanted to get closer to Xiaoyang. This little girl was too difficult to deal with, causing Xiaoyang to feel a headache coming on. He didn't know what Lan Jiaoye was thinking. Could it be that she didn't care about her reputation and image? She broke into a man's room in the middle of the night and didn't want to leave. If this news were to spread, her reputation would be ruined. He was afraid that the Lan clan wouldn't let her off easily. "Tell me, what are you trying to do?" Xiaoyang asked impatiently. There was nothing he could do about it. Both of them were relatives, and Lan Jia wasn't an evil person. She even knew that he had killed Wang Zilai. No matter how he dealt with her, it wouldn't be appropriate. Lan Jia knew that Xiaoyang had submitted to her once again. She immediately giggled happily and said, "I want to follow you. Wherever you go, I will follow. If you agree, I will let you go this time." Xiaoyang had no choice but to agree. Anyways, he was just letting her follow him. He wouldn't lose a piece of meat. Thinking this way, he felt much more comfortable. Actually, he was wrong. This Lan Jia was very good at causing trouble. She was using Xiaoyang to help her defeat her opponent. Of course, this was a story for later. Then I will go back and rest first. Lan Jia was very pleased. She had once again manipulated Xiaoyang. She felt a sense of accomplishment. She glanced at the tea leaves on the table. The tea leaves weren't provided by the shop. There was only one explanation. Xiaoyang's cousin brought them himself. She didn't say anything and took them with her when she left. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just let her be. In any case, it wasn't a big deal. There was no need to provoke this troublesome little demoness. He didn't want to lose the big picture for the small. The night passed without a word. Silence reigned. In the blink of an eye, it was already dawn. Dong dong dong. Xiaoyang hadn't slept enough when the sound of knocking came from outside. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. Disturbing others from waking up was the most hateful thing. He wanted to laze in bed for a while. It seemed like this beautiful dream was about to be shattered. "Who is it?" He impatiently waved his hand and released his cultivation. The door was immediately opened. Cousin, wake up, wake up. It's time to eat breakfast." A lively figure walked in from outside the door. She seemed to be very proud of herself. Her pair of big eyes blinked. Who knew what she was thinking? That crafty look made Xiaoyang vigilant. He was afraid that he would fall into her trap again. He didn't know where Lan Jiaoya's spirit came from. She was so energetic. Last night, no one slept for more than a few hours. In any case, Xiaoyang was sleepy. Of course, he didn't know that Lan Jia was full of curiosity and motivation, as if she had discovered a new continent. She held great enthusiasm and wanted to explore Xiaoyang's secret. "What time is it now? Is there a need to be so early?" he impatiently complained. Lan Jia was suddenly a little angry and said, "Humph, big lazy pig cousin, did you forget what you promised me yesterday? I'm telling you, I'm not done with you." She was very angry. They had already agreed yesterday. He couldn't go back on his words today. Xiaoyang also remembered. He curled his lips and said, "The 100 Poison Valley can't possibly hold position selection so early in the morning. I don't care. You have to get up and come with me." Lan Jiaoya shamelessly sat on Xiaoyang's bed. This made Xiaoyang unable to sleep. "Young master, Miss Lan, you're both here?" Xiao Man came in with a basin of water and greeted the two. Serving Xiaoyang was what she should do as a maid. However, she didn't think that Lan Jiaya would also wake up so early. Moreover, she was lying on Xiaoyang's bed. This made her feel a sense of disbelief. One must know that before yesterday, Lan Jiaya was very arrogant and rude. What exactly happened? How could the golden branch and jade leaf Lan Jiaya be so dependent on him? Could it be that young master Xiaoyang did something to her? The more Xiao Man thought about it, the redder her face became. At the same time, she felt a bit jealous. "Hey, you stinky little girl, what are you thinking about?" Lan Jiaya's expression was a bit unnatural. She was afraid that Xiao Man would misunderstand. If there were no outsiders, she could use her status as a cousin to act shamelessly to her cousin. In any case, her cousin wouldn't dare to do anything to her. However, if outsiders misunderstood, then it wouldn't be good. She curled her lips and looked at Xiaoyang with a bit of hidden bitterness. If Xiaoyang had listened to her earlier, then this kind of awkward situation wouldn't have happened. Xiaoyang couldn't continue sleeping. He could only get up and wash his face. He said to Xiao Man, "She's my cousin from the Lan family. We just met. If you have any trouble in the future, just use her name. When you buy things, use her name. She's very rich anyway, so there's no need to be polite. Even if the shop is looking for someone, they'll look for Lan Jiaye." Chapter 178. Xiao Man was a bit proud and secretly glanced at Lan Jiaye. She smiled and said, "Yes, young master." As long as it wasn't her personal things, Xiao Man didn't feel any guilt. Who knows what kind of agreement the young master and Lan Jiaye had reached? Since the young master said, "So, I should do it," Xiao Man thought, "Hey, how can you be like this? Don't tell me you want cousin to support you. You're too useless." Lan Jiaye was still brooding over this matter. She glared at Xiaoyang and unhappily said, although she didn't lack money and was very rich, no one wanted to be a sucker. Xiaoyang didn't continue to pay attention to her. After washing his face, he took Xiao Man downstairs and prepared to order breakfast. They sat by the window, and the waiter quickly brought steamed buns and wine. Xiao Man sat next to Xiaoyang. Originally, according to her identity as a maid, she could only stand and accompany him. However, her relationship with Xiaoyang wasn't an ordinary servant relationship. Their relationship was close to the point of being brother and sister. Xiaoyang almost treated her as a sister, so there was no need for this etiquette. Xiao Man was already used to this. Lan Jiaye, with a gloomy face, was very unhappy. She slowly walked down from the second floor and glared at Xiaoyang with annoyance. Then she sat across from Xiaoyang and snatched the breakfast in front of Xiaoyang. She wasn't polite at all and didn't have the slightest bit of ladylike image. She bit down hard as if she wanted to vent the anger in her heart. After eating, she still gritted her teeth at Xiaoyang. She wanted to let Xiaoyang know how unpleasant it was to be treated like a sucker. However, Xiaoyang didn't argue with her. He faintly smiled and slowly tasted the fragrant tea. This made Lan Jiaye even more depressed. She felt that this Xiaoyang wasn't easy to get along with and wasn't easy to deal with. She glanced at Xiao Man and wanted to flip out at Xiao Man to make an example out of him. However, looking at Xiao Man's innocent and pure eyes, she couldn't open her mouth. She couldn't help but grumble and grumble. Actually, from the way Xiaoyang sat, she could tell that this servant girl had quite a high position in Xiaoyang's heart. Which son of a bitch is Xiaoyang? Get the hell out here. A coarse man angrily barged into the pleasant arrival inn. He had a fiendish appearance, and his body was releasing killing intent. Judging from the clothes he was wearing, it was certain that he was from the Wang clan. Furthermore, his status wasn't low. He was probably an instructor or something. At this moment, there were quite a few people who had woken up early to eat breakfast in the pleasant arrival inn. As his shout rang out, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding customers, and some people even began to discuss. Are these people from the Wang clan done yet? They've been causing trouble since yesterday, and they still haven't stopped. You don't understand. After beating the small one, the big one comes. Ha, they mocked. What happened during the day yesterday, when Wang Zizhong was beaten until he fled in a sorry state, and what happened last night, when Wang Zizhong's cultivation was crippled? These matters were all known to the guests. They didn't feel that Xiaoyang was cruel at all. Instead, they felt that Xiaoyang was pleasing to the eye and domineering enough. They supported Xiaoyang from the bottom of their hearts. They had long since disliked the Wang clan, but they didn't have the strength to oppose them. They didn't expect that people from the Wang clan would come looking for them so early in the morning. Shoo, quiet down. Do you want to die? He's one of the instructors of the Wang clan. Wang Zizhong's instructor is him. Instructor Wang actually came personally. It seems that this time it's not going to be easy. They all sighed and couldn't help but frown. Their gazes fell on Xiaoyang. Just by hearing the name, The other party was already very powerful. He was an instructor of the Wang clan. If he didn't have some ability, how could he be an instructor of the Wang clan? At Xiao Man's table, Xiaoyang and Lan Jiaoya's hearts suddenly tightened. They secretly thought that the matter of killing Wang Zilai couldn't have been discovered, right? This was a matter of life and death. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have discovered it yet. After all, Lan Jiaya also made a move last night. She mobilized the martial ancestor of the Wang clan to deceive the Wang clan. Xiaoyang, you coward. You have the guts to do it, but you don't have the guts to come out? You crippled my outstanding disciple, Wang Zizhong. If you don't give me an explanation, this matter won't be over. Instructor Wang roared angrily. His expression was somewhat ferocious, and his pair of big eyes were filled with anger. He woke up this morning, and as usual, he went to the training field to teach the students. However, he found that his most outstanding disciple, Wang Zizhong, wasn't there. This made him very confused. This was because Wang Zizhong's performance had always been very good. He was never late, and he was very hard-working in his cultivation. He was very good at improving. After asking the other members, he found out that Wang Zizhong was injured. Instructor Wang immediately lost interest and didn't have the heart to teach. He directly announced that they were free to cultivate. Then he walked directly to Wang Zizhong's residence. He saw that Wang Zizhong was covered in injuries. After personally inspecting him, he found that Wang Zizhong's cultivation had been crippled. After asking in detail and listening to Wang Zizhong's guilty explanation, he finally understood the reason. It was Xiaoyang's fault. He couldn't hold it in anymore and excitedly walked to the Yueli Inn, demanding an explanation from Xiaoyang. In reality, when he left the Wang family in anger, Wang Zizhong was also frantically shouting, telling him not to come over, moreover admitting that everything was his own fault, that he was reaping what he sowed. However, Instructor Wang didn't listen at all. Thus, he came to the Yueli Inn looking for trouble. From Instructor Wang's point of view, the fault lay with Xiaoyang. Wang Zizhong was such a good disciple. How could he be at fault? It must be Xiaoyang who threatened Wang Zizhong so that Wang Zizhong wouldn't ask anyone to cause trouble. That was what he thought. After Xiaoyang and Lan Jiaya heard Instructor Wang's explanation, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. So it was because of Wang Zizhong. Then there was still room for negotiation. On the other hand, Xiao Man was a little nervous. Her eyes were filled with worry. She felt that the Wang clan was really annoying. They came looking for trouble every 2 to 3 days. I'm Xiaoyang. May I know what this big guy wants? Xiaoyang looked at Instructor Wang and said calmly. He was calm and indifferent, as if nothing had happened. It's you. The coarse-looking instructor Wang glanced at Xiaoyang and immediately walked over with large strides. His eyes were filled with hostility. You really have guts, daring to cripple Wang Zizhong's cultivation. Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant? Don't tell me that you son of a bitch didn't have parents to teach you how to behave? Instructor Wang angrily scolded Xiaoyang. Not to mention Xiaoyang, even Lan Jiaya couldn't tolerate such humiliating words. After all, Xiaoyang's mother was her aunt. Although the Wang clan was very powerful, the Lan clan couldn't be easily humiliated. Chapter 179. On the other hand, Zhan Rushua, after all, had a high cultivation base, so his knowledge and eyesight were naturally extraordinary. Naturally, he could also see something unusual. He frowned and waved his hand, asking everyone to pay attention and stay vigilant. Xiaoyang said slowly, Senior Brother Zhan, why don't you let me take the lead first, so that I can check the terrain and confirm whether there is any danger, and then you can come. He volunteered himself. How can that be? If anyone is going, it should be me. It's decided. I'll go down and check the situation. You wait here. If there is any danger, you go back first. Don't worry, I can definitely protect myself. I'll find you later. Zhan Rushua said firmly. As the leader, of course, he wanted to set an example. He couldn't always let his fellow disciples take risks. Everyone saw that he was so insistent so they couldn't persuade him anymore. Watching Jean Rushua leave, everyone waited in place. Xiaoyang released his divine sense and saw Jean Rushua approaching the entrance of the ghost realm. On the nearby mountains on both sides, many people who were lying in ambush began to move. The first to move was Patriarch Liu. He raised his big hand, indicating that everyone should listen to his orders and not move. Originally, he wanted to give orders and persuade Xiaoyang, Jean Rushua, and the others to go, but after taking a closer look, it turned out to be Jean Rushua alone, which made him hesitate. He immediately whispered, "Don't move, this is the enemy's reconnaissance, don't let him find out." All the people who were ready to move quieted down again, crawling on the iceberg and even controlling their breathing, for fear of being detected by Jean Rushua. Their eyes were sharp and cold, firmly staring at Jean Rushua. Jean Rushua looked around, but didn't see any danger. Instead, he was surprised by his surroundings. He sent out his divine sense, which spread out over the mountains on either side of him. He could vaguely sense the aura of cultivators, which caused him to be on guard. Under normal circumstances, divine sense could see everything. But there were also magic weapons, cultivation methods, and martial skills that were produced to counter the detection of divine sense. For example, this time the Liu family had brought out a magical weapon that could isolate spiritual consciousness. Once this magical weapon was displayed, it could block most of Jean Rushua's probing. The reason why they only used their magic weapons now was to guard against Jean Rushua. When Xiaoyang released his divine sense to explore, they were not prepared. In other words, they did not know that Xiaoyang had launched an exploration. Although they used magic weapons to isolate divine sense, magic weapons weren't omnipotent. Because there were many of them, there were some places that they couldn't isolate, and these places were detected by Jean Rushua. There is indeed danger. Jean Rushua became more and more convinced of what Xiaoyang had said. He frowned and hesitated for a moment. Then he quickly retreated to the side of Xiaoyang and the others. He said seriously, "There's an ambush ahead." Was there an ambush? What was going on? Supervisor Zhang, Baldi Fong, and Peng Dashin were all dumbfounded. Although Xiaoyang saw the ambushers, in order to not expose himself, he pretended to be confused and looked at Jean Rushua curiously. Jean Rushua sighed and frowned. He said calmly, "I don't know who it is. What I saw was only the tip of the iceberg. This is troublesome. I thought that this mission was easy, but now it seems that it is really dangerous." The others were silent. They didn't know how to comfort Jean Rushua. They also felt that it was troublesome. If things were delayed like this, they would be wasting time. Xiaoyang suggested, "Why don't we withdraw first and wait for those ambushers to leave first? Then we can seal it." The others agreed. They all felt that this was a good idea. At worst, they would be delayed for a while. It was better than losing their lives. They expected that those ambushers couldn't afford to waste time. Jean Rushua looked at them with a bitter face. He sighed and said, "You don't know. This seal needs to be strengthened every once in a while. From the time we set out until now, we don't have much time left." What? Everyone was shocked. Then, how much time do we have left? Supervisor Zhang immediately asked. If the seal could not be strengthened in the limited time, the seal at the entrance of the ghost domain would inevitably be attacked by the ghosts. Once the ghosts appeared in the 5-colored ice mountain, it would definitely be bad news for the Sky Sect. Jean Rushua was even more bitter. He raised his hand, raised 2 fingers, and slowly said, "Including today, there are 2 days left. That is to say, we must seal it tomorrow." All of a sudden, he was in a dilemma. Why don't we report this situation to the sect? Xiaoyang suggested again. If Xiaoyang exposed his identity and cultivation, he could naturally deal with those ambushers. The problem was that Xiaoyang didn't want to expose himself, didn't want to hurt these people and cherish these friendships. Therefore, with his cultivation of the 6th-stage martial master, he naturally couldn't deal with the opponents. He could only inform the sect and see what arrangements the sect had. Jean Rushua thought for a moment, shook his head and explained, "Even if we inform the sect can't do anything. It will take at least a week for the sect to send people over." Everyone was in despair. Xiaoyang said coldly, "Even if the sect can't send people over in a short time, we can at least ask the sect to help us find out who leaked the news, betrayed us, and wanted to kill us. Senior brother Jean, do you think that those people ambushed us to welcome us? I think those people don't know the severity of the matter at all. At this critical moment, they're deliberately making things difficult for us. Once the ghosts enter and leave the Tianzong world, the damage caused will be immeasurable." With Xiao Yang's reminder, everyone came to a realization. It turned out that there was a traitor. Someone had betrayed them and wanted to kill them. Hiss! Many people sucked in cold breaths. They were horrified. Thinking of the people they had offended since entering the sect, many people began to think of Wu Hua, Lu Detai, and Lu Xiaocheng. They couldn't believe it. Forget it. Let's not think about these problems first. The main thing now is to strengthen the seal. If we can't strengthen the seal in 2 days, our mission will be considered a failure. Moreover, when the time comes, we will be responsible for the suffering and suffering." Xiao Yang sighed, frowned, and reminded them again. Everyone's expression became solemn. Everyone was silent, and no one spoke. The atmosphere fell into an awkward situation. After a long time, Xiao Yang spoke again. "How about this? I'll negotiate with them. They must have a request for lying in ambush here. I'll see what they want and see if I can satisfy them." Everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Yang again. Jean Rushua nodded and then shook his head. The reason why he nodded was that he agreed with Xiao Yang's suggestion. The reason why he shook his head was that he didn't want Xiao Yang to take the risk. "I'll go. At least I can protect myself." Chapter 180. However, he realized that he couldn't move his hands at all. It was as if they were glued to Xiao Yang's shoulders. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull them away. This made him even more terrified. His face turned pale without a trace of blood. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His face was filled with fear. Boom! Instructor Wang's heavy body flew out. Along the way, he smashed through several tables and chairs. However, his body didn't stop. He continued to fly backwards with a crazy momentum. In the end, he crashed into the wall of the inn. A human-shaped hole appeared in the wall. Hiss! Many onlookers saw this shocking scene and couldn't help but gasp in fear. Luckily, this force didn't affect their bodies. Otherwise, they would have been turned into ashes in an instant. Many people who liked to watch a show walked out of the inn to check on Instructor Wang's situation. Soon there were discussions. "Damn, he actually fainted. What's going on? Xiao Yang hasn't even made a move yet. Yeah, this Instructor Wang is really a good-for-nothing. He dares to come and find trouble with such a weak cultivation. This time he's asking for humiliation. What a piece of trash. He's simply dirtying my eyes. I thought he came here so aggressively with some trump card. Turns out it's something that can be solved with just a look. How degrading." Instructor Wang only fainted for a short while. When he woke up, he heard everyone's discussion. They were all humiliating him. He was so angry that he fainted again. When he woke up for the second time, he saw himself lying under Xiao Yang's feet. He didn't know who moved in while he was unconscious. Xiao Yang." This time, Instructor Wang was really scared. The moment he saw Xiao Yang's face, his body trembled subconsciously. He was so terrified that he couldn't even speak smoothly. He stuttered, and his pale lips trembled. It was obvious that Xiao Yang had traumatized him. "Yes, it's me." Xiao Yang replied indifferently with a deadpan face that had not changed for 1,000 years. "Didn't you say you were going to cripple my cultivation and make me kowtow to Wang Zizhong in apology? Look at you, I'm just sitting here and you can't even get what you want? Who's to blame?" Xiao Yang asked with a playful look in his eyes. Huh. When Instructor Wang heard this, he became even more nervous. He felt like his scalp was about to explode and his hair was standing on end. He hurriedly explained, "It's my fault, it's my fault, it's all my fault." No matter what, at the very least, Xiao Yang was to blame. if he angered Xiaoyang again. Instructor Wang couldn't guarantee that he would live to see the next day. Blame you? Is it because you're not strong enough to cripple my cultivation? Is that why you want to cripple my cultivation when you're strong enough? Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows and poked at his opponent's thorns. Huh. Instructor Wang was dumbfounded again, and his expression froze. He didn't mean it that way. Why did Xiaoyang think the wrong way? Wasn't he deliberately looking for trouble with him? No, that's not what I meant, he trembled as he explained. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and didn't dare to move. His face was filled with anxiety. He thought anxiously in his heart that he couldn't let Xiaoyang misunderstand. Otherwise, he would lose his life. He regretted it now. If he had known earlier, he would have listened to Wang Zizhong's advice and not gotten involved in this mess. This Xiaoyang was actually so terrifying. He was at least a martial ancestor. When he thought about how he had offended a martial ancestor, Instructor Wang couldn't help but tremble again. His pants were wet. He was so scared that he peed. Then what's the meaning of this? Xiaoyang asked indifferently with a faint smile on his face. It's all my fault. It's also Wang Zizhong's fault. I shouldn't have come looking for trouble with you. It's all my fault. No matter what happens to me in the future, I won't look for you because of this. Everything is my fault. Please spare my life. Instructor Wang shouted with snot and tears. He was afraid that Xiaoyang wouldn't let him go. How did you treat me? Then I'll treat you the same way. Do you think it's too much? Xiaoyang asked back. He had never flaunted himself as a person who was easy to talk to. Since someone had bullied him at his doorstep, how could he let him go so easily? No, it's not too much. Instructor Wang was almost crying as he shouted this sentence, because Xiaoyang's meaning was very clear. He wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. In other words, he had to destroy his own cultivation. When he thought about how he, a dignified instructor, would lose his cultivation, his life would be filled with haze. At that time, who would respect him? Even his opponents would take the opportunity to fight back. However, if he didn't do this, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live anymore. What? Why aren't you doing it? Do you want me to help you? You should know how you're helping me. Xiaoyang glanced at him with a disdainful expression. Before, Instructor Wang was secretly trying to kill him. Naturally, Xiaoyang noticed it. Instructor Wang was even more panicked. If Xiaoyang did it himself, then he would be better off dead. He suppressed the anger and grievance in his heart and hurriedly said, Okay, I'll destroy my own cultivation. Please keep your word. After Instructor Wang finished speaking, he hurriedly circulated his cultivation. He condensed his cultivation on his fingers and pointed at several acupuncture points on his body. Then he groaned and spat out blood. His face was pale and his expression was dispirited. It was as if he had aged a few years in an instant. He weakly blinked his eyes and glanced at Xiaoyang with grief. He said sadly, Okay, can I go now? Scram. Next time, don't be so blind. Xiaoyang waved his hand and dismissed him. He couldn't be bothered to continue talking to him. After breakfast, Lanjaya said to Xiaoyang, Let's go. Let's go to the 100 Poison Valley. She couldn't wait anymore. The 100 Poison Valley was one of the top 3 cultivation places in Wuyang City. It was jointly managed by the Wang and Lan families. Every once in a while, they could enter to cultivate. However, every time before entering, there would be a selection. Only those who performed well could choose a good cave residence in the 100 Poison Valley. Now that Lan Jaya had Wu Zong Xiaoyang as her companion, she believed that she would be able to defeat all the geniuses and obtain the number 1 cultivation place. I'm going too. Xiao Man followed with the intention of watching the show. Every time the 100 Poison Valley held a selection competition, it would attract a large number of people to watch. It could be considered a scenic experience. Walking on the street, Lan Jiao, you looked left and right, wondering if she would pull Xiao Man to a stall and ask if those exquisite decorations looked good. Oh, isn't this the 7th Miss of the Lan family? It's an honor to meet you here. The person who came was a rich young master. Chapter 181. He was wearing the Wang family's uniform with a symbol on his chest. "Hey, where are you going?" Seeing that Lan Jia didn't pay attention to him, he took 2 steps forward and blocked Lan Jia's path with a frivolous smile on his face. "Wang Zixing, that's enough. Get out of my way." Lan Jia roared at him. Both of them knew each other and had fought with each other before. However, Lan Jia was never the opponent's opponent and could only be suppressed. This made her very angry. She didn't expect to meet him again. She didn't want to be humiliated in front of Xiao Man. "Hey, Sister Lan, why are you in such a hurry? Come, Brother Wang will treat you to a meal." The 4th stage martial master Wang Zixing teased Lan Jia with a face full of ridicule. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Lan Jia. With his cultivation, if he wanted to grab Lan Jia, she wouldn't be able to resist. "Cousin, help me." Lan Jia wasn't stupid. She immediately hid behind Xiaoyang. After all, Xiaoyang's cultivation was so strong, it would be a waste not to use him. She also wanted to cause trouble for Xiaoyang. Who told Xiaoyang to pretend not to know her? Girls always hold grudges. Wang Zixing's gaze landed on Xiaoyang's body. He raised his eyebrows and sized Xiaoyang up. He felt that Xiaoyang was very ordinary, just like an ordinary person. His clothes were not expensive either. How could such a person be qualified to be his opponent? He couldn't help but sneer. He looked at Xiaoyang with contempt and ridiculed. "Brat, you're Lan Jia's cousin. This is a matter between me and Lan Jia. I hope you don't interfere, so you don't make a mistake." He had absolute confidence that he could take down Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang glanced at him with disdain. "A mere 4th stage martial master. What's there to be proud of?" he said with contempt. "Enough. What Tom, Dick, and Harry? You're so noisy. Get out of my way. I want to catch up with my cousin." "How dare you?" Wang Zixing's expression changed, and he could not help but roar. For a moment he was furious. His expression was a little ugly. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. This Xiaoyang was just a foreigner. What right did he have to speak like this in his own territory? Looking at his arrogant attitude, he was so arrogant, as if he didn't put him in his eyes. How could Wang Zixing, who had always been superior to others, tolerate this? He decided that today he would teach Xiaoyang a good lesson. Then he would take Lan Jia away and see who could resist. "Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Very well, show me your strength." Wang Zixing roared and released his cultivation as a rank 4 martial master. He suddenly stepped forward and attacked Xiaoyang. He was just like that. If he could solve the problem with force, he wouldn't argue with you. "Cousin, teach him a lesson." Lan Jia instigated Xiaoyang. She had been embarrassed by Wang Zixing several times. Now that she had the chance, she naturally hoped that Xiaoyang would help her get back at him. Xiaoyang curled his lips. With a wave of his hand, he released the power of a martial ancestor. This power was like a monstrous flood, instantly attacking Wang Zixing's body. Wang Zixing's expression changed drastically. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and desperately circulated his cultivation base to defend himself. At this moment he felt boundless fear. It was as if the power released by Xiaoyang was vast and mysterious. His defensive light shield was only able to resist for a short while before collapsing. With a miserable cry, Wang Zixing couldn't help but fly backwards. Bang! Wang Zixing's body smashed into the ground more than 10 meters away. Cracks appeared on the ground, and a cloud of dust rose up. It was obvious that Xiaoyang's power exploded. Pooh! Wang Zixing opened his mouth and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and his expression was dispirited. Blood flowed out from his nose, eyes, and ears. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were torn in several places. After being stained with blood and mud, he looked dirty. He looked like a beggar in a sorry state. He was just about to open his mouth and shout, but when he said the first word, he immediately felt a sweet taste in his throat. Then he spat out blood again. The situation was too horrible to look at. Young master, how are you? Are you okay? Wang Zixing's followers all looked at Wang Zixing nervously. Some of them took out healing pills and fed them to Wang Zixing, while others circulated their cultivation to help stabilize Wang Zixing's injuries and recover his cultivation. After a while, Wang Zixing's complexion looked better. At this moment, Lan Jiaoye stood out with her hands on her hips. She mocked Wang Zixing. Wang Zixing, how is it? Does it feel good? Let me tell you, I didn't want to bicker with you before, but this time I'll teach you a lesson. Scram, or else I don't mind crippling you. Finally, she could hold her head high for a while. The accumulated resentment could finally be vented. Looking at the unlucky Wang Zixing, Lan Jiaoye felt particularly carefree and happy. Lan Jiaoye, you! Lan Jiaoye's words once again made Wang Zixing hover between life and death. In the past, it was only him who humiliated Lan Jiaoye. When had he been humiliated by Lan Jiaoye like this? One must know that his cultivation was at the 4th level of martial master, much stronger than Lan Jiaoye. He had never suffered this kind of vexation before. He couldn't tolerate it anymore and yelled at his followers. Why are you still standing there? Why aren't you going up and taking care of that brat? Can't you see that I've been beaten into a daze? He was filled with anger toward Xiaoyang. He couldn't wait to tear Xiaoyang to shreds. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured and couldn't defeat Xiaoyang. Stinking brat, you dare to meddle in my family's young master's business? I think you're just looking for death. Brothers, let's attack together and avenge our young master. After the lackeys shouted, they used their cultivation and rushed towards Xiaoyang to attack. Their cultivation varied. The highest was at the 6th level of martial master, while the lowest was at the 2nd level of martial master. Oh my God, quickly dodge! Lan Jiaoye, who bore the brunt of the attack, cried out in alarm when she saw them surrounding her. She hastily retreated. She knew that she wasn't their opponent. In any case, with Xiaoyang here, she could just leave it to Xiaoyang. She hid behind Xiaoyang again and made faces at them. They were so angry that they became even more furious, and the power of their moves became even more ferocious. Everyone below the martial ancestor realm was an ant. These words were very appropriate here. Xiaoyang lifted his foot and lightly tapped the ground. Following the explosion of his cultivation, the ground shook. Chapter 182. The followers who charged forward were all unsteady on their feet. They staggered left and right, then fell to the ground in a sorry state. With another stomp, a majestic force suddenly erupted from the ground. This force directly blasted them away. 7 or 8 of them were smashed in all directions. They all cried out in shock and pain. Humph! Xiaoyang snorted and slowly walked up to Wang Zixing's side. He lifted his foot and stepped on Wang Zixing's head, stomping it into the mud. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating thing to do. However, Wang Zixing didn't even dare to make a sound. He could only silently endure. Remember, ants like you don't disturb me, Xiaoyang indifferently stated, after which he sent Wang Zixing flying with a kick. Wang Zixing landed in front of Lan Jiaoye. Lan Jiaoye's face was filled with excitement. She naturally knew that Xiaoyang was giving her an opportunity to vent her anger. Without another word, she squatted down and slapped Wang Zixing a few times. She glared at him angrily and mocked. Wang Zixing, didn't you boast that you're strong? Now, you're like a dog being bullied by me. Let me tell you, if you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill you. Lan Jiaoye slapped her cheeks repeatedly. She then stood up proudly and followed Xiaoyang away. Their destination this time was the 100 Poison Valley. They wanted to enter there to cultivate and improve their cultivation. Watching the 3 of them leave, Wang Zixing's face was filled with grief and indignation. His expression was full of unwillingness. Go investigate. Find out who that person is. He dares to humiliate me like this. I won't let him live past today. Humph. Wang Zixing didn't show any signs of weakness. He didn't promise that he wouldn't cause trouble. He would rather die than submit. How could he give in so easily? If he couldn't beat them, he could ask for help. Anyway, there were many strong cultivators in his family. He didn't believe that he couldn't ask for help. His follower quickly sent out a communication jade slip. These days, if they wanted to investigate someone's information, they only needed to ask the family's intelligence department to do it. They didn't need to do it personally. After waiting for less than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, the attendant received a jade slip. Holding the jade slip in his hand, he hurried over to Wang Ziheng and asked him to check the information. Wang Zixing sat on the ground and carefully read the information in the jade slip. He couldn't help but sneer again and again, and his eyes revealed a smug look. So that brat's name was Xiaoyang. After bullying Wang Zizhong, he crippled Instructor Wang. Good. This person really has guts. In Wuyang City, he dared to do such a thing. Not only will I not forgive him, even the Wang family will not forgive him. He could not help but feel smug as he said to the attendant beside him, "Let's go. Send me back. I will personally ask Chief Instructor Wang to handle this matter. Let's see how arrogant that brat can be with a martial ancestor realm expert." He was full of energy, enthusiasm. He couldn't wait to bring Chief Instructor Wang to Xiaoyang right now. The follower was also shocked because he knew how powerful Chief Instructor Wang was. He was a martial arts grandmaster. Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, and the others walked in front. They were getting closer and closer to the 100 Poison Valley. They didn't know what was going on behind them. "Cousin, when we team up later, we'll team up with 2 people. As long as we win first place, we can occupy the number 1 cave residence to cultivate. You may not know that there is both spiritual qi and poisonous gas in the 100 Poison Valley. Only the number 1 cave residence is the best place to cultivate. The poisonous gas and spiritual qi in the cave residence are the strongest." Xiaoyang couldn't help but be moved. He had reached the martial arts grandmaster realm and hadn't cultivated for a while. This time he had to seize the opportunity. "I'll do my best," Xiaoyang promised. Hundreds of people gathered on the grassland in front of the 100 Medicine Valley. Almost all of them stood in pairs. Obviously, they also knew the rules of the 100 Poison Valley, so they had found their partners in advance. Only when 2 people joined forces and cooperated well could the strength of the group be maximized. After waiting for a while, 2 figures flew out of the 100 Poison Valley. Both of them were martial arts grandmasters. Xiaoyang couldn't help but stare. Not only him, but when everyone present felt the majesty of the 2 martial arts grandmasters, they all became spirited and showed respect on their faces. Everyone below the martial arts grandmaster realm was like an ant. The majesty of a martial arts grandmaster couldn't be insulted. They had heard this saying in detail long ago and had great fear and admiration for martial arts grandmasters. Greetings to the 2 martial arts grandmasters. The hundreds of people in the field spoke in unison. The 2 martial arts grandmasters were from the Wang family and the Lan family. They could be distinguished from the special clothes they were wearing. "Okay, no more nonsense. Let the competition begin," the martial arts grandmaster from the Wang family said lightly. Then bamboo slips fell one by one. These bamboo slips were marked with a number. Lan Jiaoye was very excited. She immediately snatched a bamboo slip and proudly returned to Xiaoyang's side. She explained to Xiaoyang, "Cousin, the number on the bamboo slip is our code name. Let's see who we will be matched against." No matter who they were matched against, she was very confident that she and Xiaoyang would win. After all, Xiaoyang was a martial arts grandmaster. Just when Lan Jiaoye was full of confidence, a mocking voice was heard. "Sister Lan Qimei, who is this person you found? Why haven't I seen him before? Could it be that you couldn't find anyone and randomly found someone to make up the numbers?" The person who came was also from the Lan family. He was also wearing the Lan family's clothes. Xiaoyang couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Because his mother, Lan Xingming, was from the Lan family, he had a good impression of the Lan family. However, the Lan family was also a big family, so it was normal for the younger generation to be jealous. Lan Jiaye glanced at the person, curled her lips and said, "So it's sister, Jiao Shui. I was wondering who it was. You don't need to worry about who I found. You just need to take care of yourself." She and Lan Jiao Shui had always been in an endless competition. Regardless of whether it was in terms of talent, cultivation, martial arts, or other aspects, they never wanted to give way to each other. It was simply a competition in all aspects. Even the battle of words had to be decided. Lan Jiaoshui was short, but looked very delicate. Her cultivation wasn't weak either. She sneered at Lan Jiaye. "I'm just afraid that you'll lose the family's face. As your elder sister, of course I have to guard you well so that you won't be together with some dubious man." "Hey, you're going too far. You don't know anything. So what right do you have to say that he's dubious? Why don't you control yourself? You'll sleep with whoever is strong. Do you have any shame?" Lan Jiaye angrily scolded. Originally, she wasn't so angry. Who asked her to judge Xiaoyang like that? Xiaoyang was her respected cousin. He was also a martial arts grandmaster. Of course, she wouldn't allow others to insult Xiaoyang.